Jones, and I'm here to tell you folks, the world has fallen. The fascist globalist overlords, they're implementing the Great Reset. You don't believe me? I've seen the tapes. Watch it, folks. Watch as these pot-bellied Zoomer goblins work with the Illuminati to pit us against each other. I promise I'd be a good boy.
I'm a good boy.
There's only one cure, folks, and that's liberty. And there's no better channel to find freedom than Fabian Liberty. Anarchy is order. Government is civil war.
I just got 3 things to say. God bless our troops. God bless America. And gentlemen, start your engine!
I got you, sir. Let me get my shoes. Hold on, you're ready. So we gotta move to the front.
Not only do you have a micro penis, which is an important point, but on top of that, you refuse to share your Pokemon cards, and that's not nice.
So first of all, a 2-inch penis is not a micro penis, okay? And for your second point, my Pokemon cards are all mine, and I don't have to share them if I don't want them. I work super hard to get them, and they're really special to me. So I'll keep them.
You don't understand. You can't continue to play with us if you refuse to share your
Not fair.
I'm Ukrainian, and this is my bridge. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my gas station. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my school.
2 seconds earlier.
Would you let a Jew work out in your gym without paying if he claimed that the membership was promised to him by God 4,000 years ago?
No. Bro, you are fucking...
That's a good question.
Yo, you're fucking funny. No, I mean, everyone pays.
What if he tried bombing you for that?
Bro, I mean, that would be like some crazy crime. Some act of, I don't even know, terror, I don't know.
Are you taking a political stance right now?
It's found in my house. That's called a bird grasshopper. I'm gonna eat him.
He's not been transparent. I mean, there may be...
They are making routine announcements about the things they are finding, and they are inviting questions about the things they are finding every single day.
But by definition, he's not being transparent. They're not providing data for the things that they say they have found evidence of. They just aren't.
The White House has provided...
You can make announcements, and he also did admit that he actually...
So you just don't believe it. I mean, they are providing information. You just choose not to believe that it's true.
We're seeing about 13 months for these brain and spine MRIs. Cool. Canada, where healthcare is free, but only if you can afford to wait.
Step 10, states must publish their own map and allow internal challenges to their own map. So the government has published a map. They have invited the states to challenge the map. Then states have submitted initial proposals, and they then have to publish their own map and allow challenges.
Wait, who's challenging it within the state?
Well, organized interest groups, environmental groups, like I don't know who specifically, but literally anybody. This is, right. I want to say something because it's very important I say this. This is the Biden administration's process for its own bill. They wanted this to happen. This is how liberal government works now.
This is something they instituted for this bill.
For their bill. This is a bill passed by Democrats with a regulatory structure written by Democratic administration. Okay.
Right.
Step 11.
Ideological subversion is the slow process which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country.
For our most tricky disagreements, seeking the truth and seeking to convince others of the truth might not be the right place to start. In fact, our reverence for the truth might be a distraction that's getting in the way of finding common ground and getting things done.
free fries when you get vaccinated. I got vaccinated. You're saying I could get this, these delicious fries? Wait a minute. But there's also a burger element to this. Let me check with Bill Neathart. Is it too early in the day to eat a burger? No. This can be breakfast? Okay. I want you to look at this and think about, again, some people love hamburgers, some don't. Really want to respect all ways of life. But if this is appealing to you, just think of this when you think of vaccination. Vaccination. I'm getting a very good feeling about vaccination right this moment. Thank you.
When I win, I will immediately bring prices down starting on day one.
Men to woman, or woman to men.
Man to woman.
From penis to vagina.
In the shower, on a walk, the Dylan hour. Feeling sweet, feeling sour. I feel nothing. The Dylan hour.
Hello and welcome to Wales. We understand being a refugee isn't easy. They go through so much. Fleeing your country is difficult, but Wales wants to help you feel welcome. The Welsh Refugee Council is here to help you.
Tell me you love me. Say it like you mean it. Say it like you mean it. You message one other guy ever again whether we're together or not again. Understand me?
But if you're a man who's stuck with a woman and you don't even get along with each other and it's a show marriage and you have to be together and you argue all the time and you're sexually repressed and you're being promised in secret that you can go to an island and finally be pleasured and satisfied, no one's ever going to find out, that's how you end up on the island. So this whole monogamy garbage that's being pushed by the West, especially amongst our elites, is the reason we have the biggest problem with pedophilia, and they don't have this problem in South America.
The whole point of this is for me to begin to reintroduce myself. I'm doing this both personally for me, but in a professional capacity. Moving forward, the majority of what you will see will be me speaking in a professional capacity. My goal is to continue to help.
Arguing with them, hey guys, if no one pays taxes, then who's gonna stop the fires? Who's gonna stop all the violent crime? Dummies. And then the LA fire happened, and the fire department didn't stop the fire because I guess they ran out of budget for water, and the police didn't stop the looting because I guess they didn't want to get near the fire, and so I guess I lost that argument. My bad.
There we go. That should fix it. My bad. All right. Sorry. I was going to do a recording Thursday and with Michael Leibowitz. And then I told him the topic and he was like, dude, I have a half hour to chat. And I was like, okay, well, this isn't going to work in a half hour. So I had all my audio set for multiple tracks so that I could edit the audio as an individual track. And I forgot to switch it when I came on stream. So this one was 100% my bad. But I immediately knew what it was. So, we're learning. The boomers are doing less booming. I saw someone paid, but I'm cleaning my glasses, so I can't see. Rudy, what's good? Oh no. Now that I have the little war bonds thing, you can see exactly how much your currency is worth on screen. Thank you, dude. Finally a good time to watch a stream. Yeah, well, it'll be the same thing tomorrow, Rudy. I'm going to be talking to Michael Leibowitz at 1 p.m. Eastern. So British time, that would be 6 p.m. Eastern. I think what are you, 5 or 6 hours? I think you're 1 hour ahead. So it'd be 7 p.m. for you or something. Widest rounds ever. An art company becomes an arms company. Huge percentage rise overnight. Go all the way. That feels like a spam. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Oh, no. Oh, no, it gets better. Scroll up. Nah, invest in culture. Hustler White 2.0 paint lowers interaction on ammo. Is there like some type of paint that works with Good Day Naptis? What? So this Naptis thing, this came from like a Jeremy Kaufman or one of these fucking post libs was like was talking about like, oh, you're a napist or a naptist, which is like strict adherence to the nap. So I think the original insult was supposed to be people that have a strict adherence to the nap, and therefore because something isn't a violation of the nap, they think like it must be morally gray or good. So I don't know that I want to pick up that moniker, Casimir, but maybe I misread the situation, and there were another group of people that were saying that like we just need to violate the nap sometimes, and that's okay. Oh, non-aggression principle, autist equals naptist. Well, I'm not autistic. Don't be Anabaptist. I don't think that's what we're talking about here. Yeah, it keeps photonic interaction low. Some recent Nobel physics immediately weaponized. People in chat were joking about they should have become a player. I was riffing off that. Okay, yeah, fair enough. I've always said whatever company makes glow sticks is what you need to invest in when you feel like a war is about to pop off. Because my father, he was an 88 kilo before he was an 88 Mike, right? So he was a watercraft operator, and then the Army made him, basically forced him to become a 88 Mike, which is a truck driver. And he was like, dude, every single time we go around a corner, at night, at day, doesn't fucking matter, in a truck convoy, the truck just shoots out like 20 foot. Every truck is shooting out glow rods so that like you don't get the convoy separated when you're going through, cities. Because my dad was in, doing routes in and out of Baghdad early in the Iraq war. And he was like, dude, it's like, it has to be billions of dollars of glow sticks that are being made out of nowhere. He's like, whoever the fuck makes those, invest in that company, because they can't not be making billions of dollars in profit every time a war pops off. The principle is about the morality of using violence to stop it. I mean, we're going to get into that with Zulu a lot today, probably. It's probably going to be the main topic. One of the things I will say, though, is most of these conundrums require clarification and context. I don't know. No, the jester's dance can fuck right off. Stupid random shit is a huge industry, just like maintenance. It's invincible. Profit from breaking stuff. Ask Zulu if he's fine with the immigration crisis in Scotland. I mean, I will. This is one of the few areas where Liquid Zulu and I disagree, right? I think it's wrong to say that Liquid Zulu or probably most ANCAPs are pro mass immigration. Unless they're an accelerationist and they just want to watch the world burn in the hopes that ANCAP will rise from the ashes. Right? But I think what the difference is that like he would say that the problem arises from all of these other socialist interventions and that it's, like we should focus on that. But that we should also focus on abolishing the border. I find it to be a nonsensical solution from a political standpoint that just leads to more aggression, and I call it philosophical masturbation. Is shit censored? Oh, you mean like, is that one of the naughty words you can't say? I tweaked the ANCAP won't rise from the ashes of current
philosophies. I do agree with Zulu that these bad immigrants come in because they get to be parasites with impunity. I agree to that as well, but it's just like, I'm not getting into a whole borders thing. I've talked about it a lot. If someone wants to debate me on it, like, I'll take that debate any day. The biggest issue though is like, it took me a long time to understand the problem, right? Because anytime your emotions and reality contradict with your principles, people will say, oh, well then therefore your principles are right. And therefore you should fix yourself. And that is a very autistic way of looking at things. And I find it to be limiting in being able to understand problems or philosophy. Maybe I'm just bad at fucking philosophy, whatever. But what I find more often than not is you have to look at it and go, okay, well, one of these two things is wrong, actually. And what I would say is that it doesn't necessarily mean that your principles are wrong, but very often your interpretation or your approach or your means of enforcing your the classical station sucks on this. We're going back to fucking like Chili DM or something. Go back to lo-fi. It's distracting me. If it's distracting me, it's probably distracting you. So like, for example, what I realize trying to figure out this cognitive dissonance between these two positions is that, like, yes, Liquid Zulu is absolutely right. The state ought not have borders. The state ought to abolish itself. But like the abolition, I'll play it in a second. I'm in the middle of something. The abolition of borders is essentially the abolition of the state. And it's like, yeah, sure, if we can actually get borders abolished, I'd be all for what Zulu is advocating for. But what Zulu's really advocating for is leftist socialism designed to turn you all into slaves of corporations and government working together. I know that's not what he means, but open borders as a policy is not open borders. It's not the abolishment of borders. It's like, oh, well, so then we move on to the next phase. And the next phase is, okay, do you think border agents should, get rid of people at the border? And how is this logic any different than a baby being born? Ought we, eject a baby from the country because a baby's being born? Fair enough, right? It's a good argument. The problem is that you're talking, this is a context fallacy. It's an isolation fallacy. And the thing is that the state is like 20 different, it's like 1 million different policies, regulations, NGOs, and things interconnected. And so when you pull one lever, you pull all the other levers. And so what I would say is that an individual ICE agent is a custodian of the border. And until such a time that the state abolishes itself, he needs to act in his best capacity, which number one would be quitting his job and everyone quitting their jobs. Okay, that's not going to happen. So how do we negotiate with people that refuse to give up their slave master's whip? And that is to negotiate with them to protect private property in the best way that they can, given the context that they won't abolish themselves. And this is why I support Hopa's invitee system, right? Like, we want to abolish the state. We want to do it in such a way that doesn't cause massive socialism and collapse and warlordism. So you have to intelligently go through with a scalpel and pick what you can and can't get rid of. This idea that we're just going to let everyone in, but we're maintaining socialism. We're maintaining the Civil Rights Act, so it's illegal to discriminate against them. It's illegal to discriminate against hiring them. It's illegal to discriminate against, renting to them. I can't have a white-only town, or at the very least, a no-immigrant town. We're giving these people citizenship and voting rights as quickly as possible so that these people can then vote for the socialism that destroyed the country that they came from. Like, there's a billion reasons why it's a motherload of bad ideas to let 20 million people from South America come in and have a quick pathway to citizenship. And it's like we have all of these other things that we have to get rid of before we can just let anybody willy-nilly across the border. Even an invitee system would not prevent socialists in the U.S. to allow people in. No, of course not. An invitee system is in and of itself a violation of the non-aggression principle. The state is a violation of the non-aggression principle. An invitee system is a negotiation with the state in an attempt to push us towards the inevitable collapse of the state and to not bring about large corporate power and socialism to a higher degree. There is no perfect answer. And a lot of ANCAPs, I think, want perfect answers. And that's fine. But you can't expect that at an individual level and then not recognize all the damage that you're doing. Like, you're not helping at all. You're not helping promote liberty. You're not helping get us towards anarchy when you're saying just let 20 million people come in. You know, we'll figure out all the other socialism later. It's like you're just giving power to corporations and socialists to create a permanent slave class of humans in our society. Slope is dope. I know a perfect answer. Would you say it's the final answer? Of all the solutions, would it be a final one? I feel like I know where... But again, this conversation isn't meant to be a debate about borders. I mean, it might turn into that. Which one is this one?
The bird's eye.
Okay. Paleo foraging. Ah! All right, let's see what this is about, Mark. Oh, hold on, I gotta cut my music.
The birds are in misery. I don't think they sing, they just screech in pain.
Is this some Vega propaganda bullshit? Is that what this is?
It's a land that God, if he exists, has created in anger. Taking a close look at what's around us, there is some sort of a harmony. It is the harmony of overwhelming and collective murder. And we...
What the fuck is this, dude? A harmony of overwhelming and collective murder. I was about to say, like, before he said that, I was about to be like, yeah, wait till you get fucking stung by one of the fucking million different venomous fucking creatures in that area. But no, he admits it.
Murder. And we, in comparison to the articulate vileness and baseness and obscenity of all this jungle, we only sound and look like badly pronounced and half-finished sentences out of a stupid suburban novel. And we have
Dude, so this is what happens when Mark does mushrooms. What the fuck?
to become humble in front of this overwhelming misery and overwhelming fornication, overwhelming growth and overwhelming lack of order. There is no harmony in the universe as we have conceived it. When I say this all full of admiration for the jungle.
Oh, Jesus Christ, man. Oh my God. I'm so glad whoever this guy is didn't become a politician.
It's not that I hate it. I love it. I love it very much, but I love it against my better judgment.
What the fuck is wrong with you, Mark? Jesus Christ. It's got a leftist wellspring energy. It does. It does. You bet big money it'll be about borders eventually? I mean, probably. I'm sure it'll come up. That was honestly funny. Some people are like legit like that. Speaking of socialism and leftism, as if that isn't always a topic on this channel, I would like to say before anything, all right, and I tweeted this out, but none of you guys are on my Twitter, so make sure you follow me on Twitter, X, Zitter, whatever you want to call it. I want to say right now, Lisa Sue did not kill herself. 420 TV was in here, and he was trying to warn me about this, but he couldn't. The only source he gave me was the wrong source. Your Twitter is Boomer Cringe. You're a fucking, yours is just, please show me your Twitter. Show me your fucking Twitter. That's what I want to say. Since my Twitter is such boomer cringe, because everything to you is boomer, other than people randomly screaming or like saying nonsense about Jews, any level of articulation that actually matches something above 85 IQ just becomes boomer cringe to you. Like, you're the biggest retard in this channel, and I keep you around because you make everyone else feel better by your existence being here. So please show me Nick was right the whole time. Dude, nobody likes that gay fed except dumb Zoomers. Like, now, like he picks a new beef every week and it's dumb every time. You know what I mean? Like, the least gay thing about him is that Destiny sucked his dick. I fell for the goy slop? Yeah, sure. Tucker made that gay cope up. Just watch the ferry for 5 minutes. What are you talking about? Though that one time that he rizzed up that fucking Asian lefty girl where he's like, "You got me." I was like, okay, that's pretty good. That was a pretty good riz. I got to give it to Fuentes when he's on point, he can be fucking downright hilarious. But he's still a gay fed. You know what's gay? That nail polish? Yeah, that nail polish was done by my daughter. Something your gay icon can't fucking achieve because he doesn't get laid and refuses to settle down and have a family. And my daughter did this because unlike your gay icon, I'm a breeder. He's not a breeder because he's too busy getting his dick sucked by dudes. The fuck is Bim Bobby? Is this supposed to be Femboy, but you just can't type? Like, what is it? Or is Bim Bobby like a new fucking Gen Z low IQ term? Bimbo-fi. I get it now. Yes, I definitely got bimbified. Next is the lip injections, boys. These lips aren't big enough naturally. Yeah, she started school Monday. Well, like everybody in the States started school, but she started like, you know, her first bit of school. So she wanted to paint her nails and be pretty for school. And I was like, yeah, sure, you can paint mine. From your kid, white? Well, their mom is 97% Anglo-Saxon, and they're both blonde. My son is blue-eyed. My daughter inherited my brown eyes. I'm all kinds of mixed up bullshit. But they're white, so they're whiter than me, and they're blonde, and one of them's blonde and blue-eyed. You're here now? We can get started? Oh, okay. White passing? Okay, good. You can live? Oh, thank God. When the gay Nazis with wonderful fashion sense come and start exterminating the straights, I'll be allowed to live because my children are white passing. What is the ANCAP solution to banning terrible BBLs? I would assume it's suing. It's suing for fraud because they told you your ass was going to look good and it looks fucking atrocious. Led by a half Mexican too? Hold on. Of all the things that I shit on Nick Fuentes for, this whole like half Mexican thing is very weird to me because he's very clearly white. Like, there are white Mexicans. He's very clearly white. Like, it's just, I don't know if you know this, but like the Spanish are white and they kind of showed up in South America, you know, and positions of leadership and everything, you know, like he's very clearly like white. Like, I've always sworn Fuentes was openly gay until recently. Dude, right? Like, he's such a fairy that I just thought he was gay. Like, I thought everybody knew that. And then, like, Groypers hop in at some point and just be like, oh, you fucking Jews, you're an idiot, fucking, you're not white. And it's just like a bunch of fucking Pakistani and Indian accounts with fucking frog profile pictures show up and start telling you you're not white enough to have an opinion. And it's just fucking hilarious. But anyways, Lisa Sue did not kill herself. 420 TV warned me, all right? Listen to this shit from Donald Trump. Donald Trump is such a fucking commie. Like, I don't understand people that think that this man is conservative or Republican. I mean, I guess he's Republican because Republican doesn't really have any fucking real definition, and conservative kind of being the same problem. But listen to this shit. It's my great honor to report that the United States of America now fully owns and controls 10% of Intel, a great American company that has an even more incredible future. I negotiated this deal with Lip-Bu Tan, the highly respected CEO of the company. The United States paid nothing for these shares, and the shares are now valued at approximately $11 billion. This is a great deal for America and also a great deal for Intel. Building leading-edge semiconductors and chips, which is what Intel does, is fundamental to the future of our nation. Make America great again. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Go fuck yourself. It's weird to say you fully own a portion of something. Not really, because 10% gives him enough power and control to be able to force Intel to do whatever they want. Dude, Intel has been floundering for like 6 years because AMD has been kicking their shit. Listen, full cards on the table. I'm a bit of an AMD fanboy, mostly because I like the underdog. AMD has problems. They're less shitty than Intel and they're less shitty than NVIDIA, but they certainly have problems. And AMD has been trying very hard to compete with NVIDIA, but NVIDIA just keeps kicking their ass every fucking time. But in terms of processors, Intel has been shitting the bed for a decade. Yes, you are correct. Intel and AMD are both shitty corporate. Yeah, IP exists, sure. Where's the Intel Threadripper equivalent? They have one. I forget the name of it. The problem is that Intel is propped up by two things. Intel is propped up by OEM deals that they've made years and years ago, right? So, yeah, Xeons. Years and years ago, where a lot of aftermarket, like pre-built computers and built computers for offices just use Intel. And because of this, a lot of programs tend to work slightly better, at least in years gone by. This is changing with Intel, right? So a lot of companies will use Intel because their software is designed to work on Intel machines. So sometimes there can be issues with, switching over to an AMD machine. And so they pay more money for shittier CPUs because they work slightly better with their software. I kind of get it, right? Like, I understand why some businesses do it. But in selling aftermarket, selling gaming PCs and things like that, these companies won't let you buy AMD. Like, you cannot buy an AMD Alienware, for example. You can only buy Intel. Even when an AMD has a far superior and cheaper CPU, you can't buy an AMD CPU if you buy an Alienware. You have to build it yourself, or you have to go to a different company like iBuyPower or like one of those other, oh my God, there's a bunch of them, but you know what I mean, right? So there's that. The second thing that props Intel up is government contracts. A fuck ton of government contracts are made with Intel, and they all make money by making sure that you guys, your taxes pay for shittier components because Intel just sells themselves as better. Meanwhile, Netflix has switched over to AMD for their servers. The Xbox and the fucking PlayStation are both on AMD. They offer a better game experience. They offer a better user experience for an individual. For companies, there's definitely an argument that it's still better. And if you're like a video editor or something, there's some argument that like using Mac and things like that might be better. Some argument. But what is this going to do? I'll tell you what this is going to do. This is going to destroy Intel having any real substantive value in making gaming PCs or personal computers that compete with AMD. But it won't matter. It won't matter if they make a shittier product, because now that America owns 10% of Intel, they'll get all the government contracts. AMD, it doesn't matter how good of a processor they put out. It doesn't matter if Samsung starts putting out things. It doesn't matter if German companies that are used in making Mac products come out. It doesn't matter who the competitor is. America is always going to pay for the Intel, because if America purchases AMD for the server somewhere, right? Or for some, chip manufacturing facility or whatever it might be, well, then the stock of Intel goes down, and therefore the stock that America owns goes down, and all their corporate buddies that are all paying each other and patting each other on the back are going to lose equity in companies and lose money. So America is just going to constantly find excuses to give all of their contracts to Intel and just completely lock a large portion of the market out of AMD. Like, this is the most anti-competition, anti-capitalist thing that you can fucking do. It's so bad. Yeah. Sorry. So how the fuck do I say your name? It's fucking Irish, and I don't know how to say it. I forget. I like my AMD GPU because I can switch between Linux and Windows without issue. AMD is better for certain things. Intel's better for certain things. Sersha, that's it. But price to performance ratio, Intel has been shit for almost a decade now. And then they just keep cutting back features. Like, you have to have a K chip and like the gaming motherboard to be able to overclock the memory for your CPU, because you can't overclock the CPU because your CPU already runs in the red trying to get benchmarks that are similar to AMD CPUs. Like, AMD has struggled to keep up with NVIDIA GPUs. But when it comes to CPUs, like, AMD takes the cake. But who knows? Because Intel is just going to continuously get tons and tons of funding that they can pour into inefficient research and development because of this. I mean, obviously there's bullying going on. AMD's 9070 XT is kicking ass for price. So AMD, if you have a CPU, price to performance ratio can do as well as NVIDIA. It really just depends on, like, if you compare MSRP, then yeah, AMD usually wins price to performance. But it's hard, like, unless you live by a Micro Center and you go to Micro Center the day it releases, right? And you sit there as the store is opening, you're not likely to get any graphics card in this current market since COVID at MSRP, right? There's too many people that are buying them for crypto mining, especially AMD, because of price to performance ratio, right? Like, because that's the name of the game when it comes to buying GPUs for crypto mining, is what's the best bang for your buck, right? And so NVIDIA always has the best cards, and it just depends on the price that you can get at your local store or on eBay or on Newegg or wherever it is that you're getting your GPU. It just depends on the price at that time as to whether or not NVIDIA or AMD is a better deal. So I agree with you that the AMD's new 9070 XT is doing really well. But number one, look at its adoption rate. We can look at Steam reviews and we can see that barely anybody is actually using AMD GPUs in their personal computers for gaming. Most people are using NVIDIA. Why is that? That's because unless you build your own computer, if you're going to get an aftermarket thing, 99% of the time, you're going to buy some gaming computer. It's going to come with an Intel CPU and it's going to come with an NVIDIA graphics card. And there's this weird lie that has like not been true for over a decade that like NVIDIA GPUs work better with Intel. They fucking don't. Like AMD, they work just the same. I think the biggest thing It's Keynesian, yeah, for sure. I mean, it's just socialism. It's just the state owning the means of production for the benefit of the people. Where have I seen that before? Oh, I don't know. Fucking every communist country that's ever existed. Oh, the state needs to own the means of production for the benefit of the working class and the people. How does it, the only difference here is that he only owns 10% because that's all he could fucking negotiate. I mean, fascism is just another subcategory of socialism. It's the same movement of history through time, as Engels put it. I think that was Engels, right? Or was that Marx? Was it Marx or was it Engels that said socialism is a movement of history through time? I feel like Engels talked more about historical materialism than Marx, so I'm guessing it's Engels, but I don't remember anymore. It was free. Bitch Biden gave them $8 billion or something in the CHIPS Act. Yeah, free. It's also coming at a time where he is threatening to make it illegal for American companies to sell chips to fucking China and then lets them do it so long as we get an additional tax on it. So now these companies are being bullied with taxation and regulation and fear of this fucking wild socialist fucking dictator president. And then, yeah, they know that if America and Trump has skin in the game, such as 10% of their company, that they'll get all the fucking government contracts and they'll be able to do all the things they want to do. And that this will inculcate them from market forces, which is where they're at right now because AMD is kicking their fucking ass in CPUs. Also, I don't know about the rumors, right? Obviously, Moore's Law is dead is like not always right. But I've seen several rumors that AMD has already figured out how to layer processors on top of each other without heating issues, and that their next set of CPUs are going to have like 33 cores. It has like an extra core for like when one core is not going properly. So it's not, it could be 3 sets of 11, but we think it's probably just 32, and then there's an extra core that can pick up the slack and turn one off if one is overheating or malfunctioning. But like if AMD actually has figured out how to stack fucking cores without heating issues, this will be another fucking like jump in CPU progress. Like the next 3 sets of fucking CPUs that are going to come out from AMD are going to be exponentially faster than what we're used to currently. Yeah, Intel used political corruption to fucking... Absolutely. That's exactly what is happening here. What is this? Okay, someone just added me in Discord, this long post. What is this? What? The issue is that we cannot regard it as being derived... Okay, we're not. We'll save that for the nap convos later. Actually, let me go here and just... Sorry, I was just DMing Zulu because I realized that I didn't say where we were going to link up. And I'm suspecting a lot of the PC makers, Lenovo, HP, Dell, are charging higher prices to prevent resellers from being able to compete with them to try and increase their own sales and bottom line. You suspect Lenovo, HP, and Dell are charging higher prices to prevent resellers from being able to compete with them to try and increase their own sales and bottom line? I don't know how that would work. I'm missing something here. I mean, my immediate guess, like, I wouldn't surprise me. That's not smart. But my immediate guess would just be that Lenovo, HP, and Dell are bloated. And that they're just not, you know what I mean? Like, that they're not... You know what I mean? Like I would assume that they're just bloated, so they're having to increase price because they have too many fucking HR people that they have on their salary. I work in sales and IT. We got a deal with Lenovo for our client, and our cost was 2.6 per laptop, and Lenovo sold them for 2.4. I'm missing something here. Maybe if you want to hop in the Discord and explain it to me, I can get a better understanding. But like, this feels more complicated than like the limited amount of like text that can occur in a single or a couple YouTube chats, right? Like I need more words. If you want to hop, like I'm willing to talk with you about it. Oh yeah, dude. What time is it? It's 3:17. Let me save that as well. I have a couple of things that I'm saving for the lead up to talking with Liquid Zulu. Because I hate England so much right now. Who's DMing me? Why are you DMing me random memes? Why are people just DMing me random fucking memes? Oh, God. I hope I get big enough to where I can afford to hire moderators. Filter some of this shit through. Because I'm so ADHD, I get so distracted. Oh, fuck. Let me go back to my list of shit. But I'm excited for this conversation with Zulu. It should be fun. Do I want to talk about that? Oh, I wanted to bring this up. I'm going to put this in chat, okay? I found a new secret weapon for you guys. Okay? Here's the new secret weapon. I sent you a Twitter thread. And I'll tell you why I sent you the Twitter thread. This is a wonderful response the next time somebody is talking about how we need to kill all the billionaires and we need to eat the rich, and like it's every billionaire is an evil person, right? Because we want to use names that everybody knows, right? But this one, fuck this one. Palantir CEO, that dude's half white anyways. Bunch of Nigerians. But when they're like, eat all the billionaires, just be like, so okay, hang all the billionaires. So you want to publicly hang Michael Jordan? Do you want to publicly hang Oprah? Do you want to publicly hang Jay-Z? Do you want to publicly hang Magic Johnson? Should we publicly hang Tyler Perry? How about publicly hang Tiger Woods or Rihanna? Should we publicly hang LeBron James? I just realized like what a master fucking like just, you know, that one of those like give them enough rope to hang themselves situations. I just realized how fucking amazing it will be to break their fucking brains when they're just like, yes, we should kill all the billionaires and hang them. Be like, Oprah, we're hanging Oprah? Okay, I'm down with it. Let's hang Oprah. Let's hang Jay-Z. Let's hang Michael Jordan. Let's, you know what I mean? Like I was like, it's very similar to like even George Floyd, you know, when they're like, you know, yes, all men. It's like all men are evil. It's like even George Floyd. I hate some of these people, but the typical leftist that's LARPing about killing all the billionaires, I just want to, like, I'm just curious, like, throw that one out there, see what happens. I can't wait till I'm on a panel with a bunch of lefties and somebody goes on a rant about how all billionaires are evil and we need to kill them all or something. Because you just let them do it. You just let them say it. Let them get it, all the frustration out, and then take note of the exact actions that they called for. And then just say, so we're going to do that to Rihanna and Jay-Z and Michael Jordan and LeBron James and Tyler Perry? Magic Johnson? Man survived AIDS, but he can't survive a leftist, huh? My solution to the British refugee problem: the females must date an inkwell for a year and a half, and then they would get PR. What's an inkwell? I'm not aware of this slur. Also point out how the U.S. has the most black billionaires in the world. Yeah, but like half of them are Nigerians. Just throwing that out there, you know. Careful trying to use that rhetoric against the right. Abolish the state. Correct, 420 TV. Abolish the state. I'm with you. All right, one more evil thing before we get into how much I hate Britain. This is, for those of you who are not, for those of you that are not that aware of the podcasting comedy space, okay? This is two comedians, both of which suck. One is Tom Segura's wife, and the other is this lady that is, I can't remember her name off the top of my head now, who has become famous doing podcasts, and mostly what she does is she just leaves her tits out in the interview. And that's basically her whole podcast shtick. It's just, I have big tits. Ha! That's it. That's it. That's the whole podcast. You watched it. And I saw this clip come up, and it's genuinely crazy to me that Tom Segura's wife would have one of the most society-destroying evil pieces of advice that I've ever heard on a podcast. Now, I've heard people say worse things, but it's not advice that anybody would actually follow meaningfully, whereas this is advice that I think has the potential of people following it. Hold on one second. And so here we go. This is the most evil shit I've seen out of a podcast in a long, long time.
If you could give a single girl some dating advice, what would you say to her? If you could give a single girl some dating advice, what would you say to her?
How old?
Let's say she's like 21.
Oh, 21.
All right, so what do you think this? I can call her a podcast. I'm going to call her Tom Segura's wife. That's all I'm going to call her because that's all she's known for. What do you think she's about? What do you think in chat? Why don't you guys guess for a little while what you think her advice to a single 21-year-old girl would be? With the best pause. Oh, 21. Fuck yeah. Just put in chat. Like, what do you think her advice might be? Screw as many dudes as you can, settle with the richest one, trap him with another guy's kid. Pretty close, Mark, pretty close. Divorce first husband for money. That's a pretty rough one. Divorce first husband for money. Any other guesses before we get in, before we pull the wool from your eyes? All right, let's go. OnlyFans, then date. Go to university. Marry a British royal. Remember how I said it's one of the worst pieces of advice because it's believable and it's something that like might actually have an impact? Marrying a British royal would be terrible advice, but it's not advice that would really work out in anyone's favor, or that most people would even attempt to follow.
Oh, 21. Just bang them all. Bang them all, because men are so immature that you're not gonna lock anyone down. Don't even start thinking yet about the husband stuff.
All right, so here we go. So first advice is just have sex with everything and everyone. And men are just such trash. They're so immature. These dumb men will never like date you. Like, men are so dumb. Just dumb, immature boys. So just fuck everything. Men are dumb. So don't even think about a husband or a family or life or anything like that. Just get dick down. It gets worse.
About the husband stuff.
It gets way worse than this.
But I will say, bang dudes quietly. Don't tell everybody. Shut the f- about it. Just go do your business. Bang girls, bang guys, bang dogs, trans, whatever you want.
All right, so now where it's hide that you're for the streets. Don't let people find out that you're a whore. Fuck dogs. Fuck trans people. I'm assuming the dogs part is kind of a joke here because, comedy podcast, right? I'm going to give her the benefit of the doubt on that she's not really telling them to fuck dogs. But she's saying it. Have sex with a ton of people, but keep it a secret so that nobody knows what's going on. I never think they're joking anymore, to be honest. It's hard to know. It's really hard to know.
Tell everybody. Shut the about it. Just go do your business. Bang girls, bang guys, bang dogs, trans, whatever you want. But keep an eye out for the good ones in your college.
Uh-huh.
You know what I'm saying? Like, keep the solid dudes in your back pocket. Like, befriend them, but don't them or date them or nothing.
So it gets better or worse. Be a hoe. Fuck all the Tyrones and Chads. Get dicked down by everything and everyone. But if you find a good guy, make sure that you don't date or have sex with the good guy. Make sure that you keep him in the back pocket. Make sure that you befriend him and you can put him in the friend zone while you get dicked down by, dozens, hundreds, whatever it is, and try and keep a secret that you're a hoe whilst stringing along good men in college, stringing along someone that is, has potential, has a future. Because, that guy is just an immature idiot anyways. Why would you even think about marrying a good guy that you found that it enjoys your company and likes you? Make sure you string along and friend zone that guy.
Don't them or date them or nothing until you're kind of older and you're ready to settle down with a boy.
Yeah.
And then call that guy up, that one you had your eyes on, and then be like, "What's up, dude?"
If you could.
Yeah. So string him along, and then after you've been dicked down by a bunch of randos and your ability to pair bond is all fucked and and everything is completely screwed in your brain and your biological clock starts ticking, then after that guy's nice and settled and has money, maybe that guy you strung along, try and get with him then. This is the most manipulative, evil, feminist, propagandistic bullshit ever. I'm so mad by this advice because she genuinely means it. I really do think she means it. I could be wrong, but it seems like she really does mean it. That honestly, fuck Tom Segura just as a Tom Segura, fuck you just for having a wife like that and not being yo, what the fuck? What's wrong with you? Why would you give that advice to people? Yeah. Shut up. Enter without mic or cam. I just need to fucking get an invite real quick. Sorry, I'm sending Zulu an invite for later. Should be about a half hour. Also, make sure that to grab that guy before some other hoe latches on. You got it. Well, this is genuinely evil advice. Not gonna lie, couldn't imagine a less attractive partner, right? That should disgust you as a husband. That your wife is trying to ruin society and the lives of men and women by giving advice that only leads to degeneracy, breakdown of family, and just unhappiness. Yeah, if that worked, women would be far happier today than they were in the past. Absolutely, Stacey Pastry. I was just dude, I couldn't imagine. I can imagine, it's so crazy how much women enjoy destroying other women. I got to do a presentation on this at some point. I have to do a presentation on the crone. Let me write that down again. I got to build one for you guys. Because there's a mythological representation of that woman right there. It's Ursula in The Little Mermaid. It's Maleficent. It is the quintessential evil woman in mythological representation is a woman who is aged out of her youth and beauty and intentionally attempts to lead women astray into promiscuity, into destroying of their grace, and tries to poison them to make their chances at love and adoration better. That is the quintessential mythological evil that exists throughout most of human storytelling and narratives. That is known as the crone. And it's something you don't see in media anymore because it's anti-feminist. Because for obvious reasons, because feminism clashes with reality. Maybe this is a plot to get high time preference women out of the gene pool. No. I promise it's not. Because they're still going to breed. They're just going to be a single mom. If a girl and then they're going to get socialism to help sustain their single mom lifestyle. If a girl you don't like breaks up with a guy due to her own attitudes, affirm her attitudes and say nothing is wrong with her and say that she's a queen. The female game is deceptive. It's an old woman giving young women dating advice. You were expecting her to not sabotage them? You know, this just isn't, it's not true that old women are like this. Modern old women are like this. Because the older generations that weren't like this have been dying off. Right, but I remember my great-grandmother on my father's side. I remember my great-grandmother on my father's side and on my father's mother's side. And neither of them would have been like this at all. Never would have given this in a million years. They would have given the exact opposite advice. But they weren't bitter. They weren't trying to be in the sexual market. And they weren't trying to cope with the ways in which they destroyed their life and then impart that onto other women as a form of punishment. And it's not because they're doing it out of a sense of punishment. They're doing it out of a sense of delusion. Because if many of these modern older women, in order to give the appropriate advice, they would have to take accountability for the ways in which they fucked up their life. They would have to give a warning to other people not to fuck up the way that they fucked up. And in order to do this, they would have to take accountability for the fact that they fucked up by making these choices. But they would rather instead be angry at the world and not take accountability. And that is why they're giving this poor advice, because they're trying to cope and trying to run away from their own accountability. I trans heart pragmatism. Stay mad lefty. I came up with a slur for those pragmatic so-called libertarians, praggets. I mean, we already had one, dude. And you're very close. It was prag and then bundle of sticks. It's just pragget might be something you could get away with. But you're just kind of reinventing the wheel in a way that doesn't get censored. So I appreciate the attempt. And, you know, it might be a good way to use it since you can't say the one we were so used to saying before. Praggers? No. You're combining two words. It would be prag and then a bundle of sticks. Prag and then a British cigarette. Did you guys see that you like Praggett better? You just like Praggett better because you can say it. Did you guys see that James Lindsay's at war with Sargon of Akkad? Listen, I did a whole thing making fun of James Lindsay and his absolutely retarded concept of the woke right. But holy fuck did he dominate Carl Benjamin. I got to show this shit to you because it's amazing. So here we have, we have Carl Benjamin. I think capitalism will consume the family if it is allowed to, James. The evidence seems overwhelming. Unlike Marx, I approach this from the perspective that the family is fundamentally a good thing, and it ought to be the primary institution of society. Tell me I'm wrong. Now, I put out a tweet saying you're wrong for a bunch of reasons. James responds with, somehow they're all missing the fundamental critical theory of capitalism, which appears in a talk that starts with Carl saying, if you read Marx like it might be right instead of wrong, there's a lot of good stuff in there. After reminding us he's got a bachelor's degree. Oof. More of that cunty, petty, bullshit, not really fucking getting into it vibe that James Lindsay has been so famous for lately. And then Sargon responds with, explain what you think I mean by that, James. And then James Lindsay takes off his retard dunce cap, sets his retard dunce cap aside, puts on his critiquing Marx cap like he had 3 years ago, and completely fucking destroys Sargon. Listen to this. I know you think you're in the rarefied air now, but it's not complicated. You think that capitalism holds only one value, profit or money, and therefore hollows out and replaces other values, instead of providing people the freedom to pursue their values and sometimes make an economic return on that pursuit. Because capitalism, you argue, only truly cares about money, it doesn't put a proper value on other values like the family and a stable community structure. It's not supposed to, but you think it should. Thus, capitalism consumes the family, as you said, as well as the community. You might say it commodifies organic human relations and thus devalues them, stripping them of their humanity, which by the way, this is reification. Marxism, which you're locating in this talk in the long continuity of mankind with a duty-orientated natalism. So capitalism engages by design, not necessarily maliciously, but structurally, in an expansionist desublimation of the human needs lurking beneath the market it constructs, replacing real human needs like Volkish continuity of kin with false needs packaged by capitalist enterprises and sold to sheeple with false consciousness who don't understand that participation in this economic system is cutting them off at the roots of who they are and thus not just their humanity, but also the economic structure they need to thrive. Of course, just like you said at the beginning of your talk, this is derived from the Marxist critique of capitalism and repurposed to your values set instead of his. It's also the critical theory critique, which you have articulated everywhere is quote unquote right. As I said before, take a vacation, you're spiraling. I haven't seen this response. I haven't read this. This came out, I don't know, like an hour ago or something. 12:48. All right, I missed the response. Let's see what Sargon has to say. But Jesus Christ, did James Lindsay just accurately showcase exactly how he's nothing but a commie piece of shit now. Oh, he just fucking, like, I love when a fucking liberal deconstructs Marxism perfectly. It's like Sargon is just becoming more and more fash because he's fucking, because he's frustrated with what liberalism brought us to, because he doesn't understand liberalism and he doesn't understand capitalism. All right, let's see what he's, hold on, let me pull this on my main monitor and put this over here so I can fucking read it better. Because I want to give the devil his due. I'm curious. Wrong on all counts, and I will even do you the courtesy of explaining why. Not that you will listen. Shut up. You think that capitalism holds only one value, blah, 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 blah. No, it's trivial to say that capitalism only holds one value, profit. But it has not replaced or hollowed out anything. Profit is one reasonable goal among many competing reasonable goals. The problem with ideologies, the ism in capitalism, is that when you commit to one as a worldview, who the fuck is a worldview capitalist? Like, I'm an anarcho-capitalist and I'm not a worldview capitalist. What? Capitalism is an economic system. It's not a fucking ideology. This reeks of Marxism. The idea that capitalism is even an ideology as opposed to an economic system is in and of itself proving him right. Is that when you commit to one worldview as a propositional nature of ideology enforces necessary conclusions, excluding values outside of its own compass. We see this in modern economic thought throughout the pursuit of GDP The GDP people are not fucking capitalists. These are the people that just measure GDP, number go up, therefore good. None of those people are capitalists. They're all fucking Keynesians or post-Keynesians. They're all fucking socialists. And it's destroying our families and nations from within. Marcuse is strong on the problem of propositional logic. So to prove this wrong, you're going to start talking about how Marcuse is fucking right? Marcuse is strong on the problem of propositional logic as it is a totalitarian system within its own domain. And that simply isn't enough to answer the questions we are presented with. Nobody is a capitalist by ideology. Once you frame it that way, then you get to attack it from a Marxian analysis. Because capitalism, you argue only truly cares about money. It doesn't put a proper value on other values like the family and a stable community structure. It's not supposed to, but you think it should. I don't think it should anything. But here you concede the point I have just made. Capitalism can only view the family as a profit-making endeavor. Capitalism doesn't have views. Individuals have views. Capitalism is the ability of people to freely trade property that they own. It's a system of exchange, which is Marx's strongest critique against capitalism, in my opinion. I'm not a Marxist. Let me just explain how Marx is so good and right about this straw man I've created. Despite his personal hatred of the family, profit, though a reasonable goal, is just one value among many, but the ism in capitalism cannot concede when it is time to give other values their due. That's completely not true, because there is psychic profit. Okay, I have two products in front of me, okay? Product A and product B. They both do the same thing. Okay, let's assume these are two boxes of cereal, and I would like to buy a box of cereal. Both of the products are exactly $4. Okay, so I can choose option A, option B, $4. Both of them have relatively the same ingredients, relatively the same nutritional value, relatively the same taste, relatively the similar packaging. Okay, so these products are not identical, but they're very similar. They're both Fruit Loops, right? One's called Fruit Loops, one's called Fruity Circles, right? They're the same price, same ingredients, same nutritional value, relatively similar packaging, okay? And then Fruity Circles has a little fucking thing at the bottom that says, made with slave labor in Uganda. And then Fruit Loops doesn't. Hey, chat, do we flip a coin? Do we all just sit here and go, I don't know, flip a coin, could be one way or the other. I don't know which one I want. How could I possibly choose between these nearly identical products with the exception that one uses slave labor and the other doesn't? Okay, that's a value. That's a human value that you have that influences market decisions. I'm willing to bet most of you in chat would still choose Fruit Loops even if it was $4 instead of $2. I'm willing to bet most of you would be willing to pay a $2 premium with the explicit understanding that one of them whips and beats and rapes slaves and the other one doesn't. When you treat capitalism as an ideology, as Marx does, then you cannot fathom this concept, because you're saying that the purchaser of the product must choose the nearly identical product that has all of the same material conditions, material value to you, but is half the price. But normal fucking people don't support I don't support Ugandan cereal, period. Facts, right? They don't support Ugandan slave cereal where Chinese people are whipping slaves, where, because this is a real thing that occurs with conflict minerals today, where people are beating slaves and where women often have casual sexual relationships with the guards that beat them and murder them, because if they do that, then they'll be protected by that guard as one of their wives, so that way they don't get gang raped or raped by all the other guards because one of the slavers has chosen them. Profit is so much more complicated and applies to all values. I may take $3 an hour as a young person so I can learn about an industry. Learning was profitable to me. Yeah, there's so many. Your values are present in market-based decisions. This is just commie gobbledygook. And it sucks so bad to see it from Sargon, because like, I don't want to say I grew up on Sargon. You know what I mean? Like, Sargon and I are relatively the same age. I think he's a couple years older than me. But like, he was definitely a YouTuber I definitely enjoyed during like Gamergate and stuff like that. And to watch him just become a commie and not realize it because he has some fascist fucking blending of it because he's pro-family, it's just wild. Thus, capitalism consumes the family, as you said, as well as the community. Indeed, in fact, capitalism is currently the primary barrier to property ownership to young people. Capitalism is currently the primary barrier to property ownership. Capitalism is property ownership. What the fuck are you talking about? Nothing could be less true than that statement. Property ownership is the primary barrier to property ownership. This gets worse. I'm reading it live right now. He's using the word capitalism like a Marxist. 100%. He is fully taking on the Marxist worldview. Fuck Sargon of Akkad, you commie piece of shit. Any positive views I ever had have been wiped away by this completely 180 on any bit of liberty and freedom. This is pure evil. Which is why they are turning against it. For want of giving a little, they'll lose it all. An alternative system is needed. An alternative system is needed to property ownership and private property rights. We must abolish private property rights and property ownership, and we must construct a new form of socialism that protects the identity of our nation and protects the family so that we can breed more and we can have a more ethnically pure, like, fucking, this is just fascism. This is textbook fascism. This isn't like the left's kind of, calling anything they don't like. This is actual fascism. The left likes to call any private property or pro-corporate stance fascism. No, this is literal fascism. Jesus Christ. You might say it commodifies organic relations and thus devalues them, stripping them of their humanity. Which, okay. The use of the term devalues accidentally falls back into positivist language, as if human relations can be quantified and valued. Quantifying human relationships is certainly difficult, essentially impossible. But now you're making the claim that one cannot value human relationships? The frame by which you approach the question is inadequate to comprehend the nature and scope of the subject. This is just a long-winded nuh-uh with insane drivel, which is that you're correct that human relationships cannot be adequately quantified because value is subjective and value changes over time. But the idea that you can't value family, that doesn't even make sense. So capitalism engages by design, not necessarily malicious. Okay, yeah. I mean, only because I'm rereading what we just read. Wouldn't frame anything in this way because it seems to imbue capitalism with an intentionality that it doesn't warrant, and poses a designer of capitalism where none exists. Okay, so capitalism is an ideology, an anti-family, or at least gray ideology of family, but it has no designer. I'll agree to that. But this is, he's doing an internal critique. What is his response? Capitalism is an ideology and method which, when left to the primary source of consideration, is destructive to other sources of goods. This isn't the fault of capitalism. You just said it was. Almost anything can be ideologized. Is that a word? Ideologized in this way? Is that a word? Am I dumb? I've never seen the word. I've never seen ideology in this form. But nothing should be. He's claiming that capitalism is an ideology that destroys value and ignores value. That's just him saying Marxism is right. I am a Marxist. I am a Marxist in his takedown of being called a Marxist, because that's you're using capitalism as a Marxist, believing it as a Marxist believes it. And like, yeah, he did pull it out, and his response just goes to prove that Sargon is a fucking, like, insofar as woke right is an appropriate term, it's this. But we don't need woke right because it's a catch-all term that is used to fucking attack anybody that isn't a liberal like James Lindsay is. But in this example, yeah, it fucking fits, because in this example, Sargon is proving he's just an unabashed fascist, but doesn't want to take on the moniker. Just like, yeah, I mean, this, like, it's just pure blatant fascism, and somehow he doesn't see it. Of course, just like you said at the beginning of your talk, this is derived from the Marxist critique of capitalism, or repurpose to your value set. Yeah. Bizarrely, you still haven't answered my question. What do you think I mean when I say, look at the things Marx critiqued, and instead of assuming they are bad, assume they are good? He just fucking told you, and then you ran from it like a commie bitch you are. Of course, just like you said at the beginning of your talk, this is derived from the Marxist critique of capitalism and repurposed to your values set instead of his. That's the answer to the question that you're saying he didn't answer, which is that you have taken on the Marxist critique of capitalism, and then you have repurposed the values to your set of values, which is pro-family, ethnic homogeneity. Those things, that's fascism, dude. There's a giant beast devouring everyone's children and future, but yet they blame freedom to trade. The Fed won by becoming unnamed. You're too much of a mathematician for this subject, in my opinion. I'm bookmarking this so that I can get angry about it later when I remember to, and then also get mad on Twitter. Jesus Christ, dude. I might have to find a way to download the stream again so that I can clip this into a standalone video, just so I can have that as a response. Fuck you, Sargon of Akkad. You have turned into an unironic fascist, and you're pretending like you're not. All right. I got distracted, so now I can't do the things that lead up to how much I hate Brit. But we're gonna get into it with Liquid Zulu. Jesus Christ. That is, oh my God. I hate the lag that occurs on this program. If I reset my camera, will it work? No, it will not. That's unfortunate. I don't like that there's a lag on in between the my OBS and StreamYards. It's gonna bother me the whole time because I'm like watching my lips move significantly after I speak them. But Liquid Zulu should be in here in just a sec, and we will get started on why I hate Britain. Let's talk about the flagpole analogy some, and what's the other thing I said we should talk about? It's in the title of the fucking stream, and I still forgot it. Oh, Anarcho-Objectivism. Your lips are in sync. It's slightly delayed, okay? It's just that the sound and the video on your end aren't. They're matching, so like it looks fine to you guys. It just looks weird to me. Appreciate you guys. Don't forget, while you're here, there's only 22 people that have liked the stream. That means there's 20 people watching right now that haven't liked the stream at a minimum. Okay? You know, I appreciate the war bonds. I appreciate, you know, money. I appreciate you guys making stream clips and posting them in Discord. So join the Discord. That's where you're going to get go live notifications, and that's where you can help me out by putting things in the stream clips, right? But if you don't have money and you don't have time to do all that, just, you know, like and subscribe to the channel. Casimir, you've made several. I've seen some of them. I don't know which one you're talking about because you've made several back and forth quote tweets on Twitter and in the Anarcho-Objectivist DM group and in response to other people, like I think Eduardo and like other people. So like I'm not sure which one you're talking about. But if you're just discussing the concept of mens rea, yeah. All right, I'm going to take a quick piss while we wait for Zulu to get in here. He's not late, okay? He still has 2 more minutes. I think. Hold on, let me check. Maybe I'm retarded. Yeah, okay, we're good. Had to check. All right, I'll be right back. I'm going to take a quick piss and then we'll get this party started on this early night. This early Saturday. I'm going to get done with stream and then I'm going to have like time to game and piss and do whatever. All right, I'll be right back. Woo! All right, boys, I'm back. Zulu just... Why are you guys trying to spell... What are you spelling out? What are you doing? Don't do that. Don't do that. I know what you were doing. We don't like. Hey, stop it, Mark. I can't. Can you please not do that? Because if I try and like put you in a timeout or something, it takes away your mod privileges, and then I have to stop it, dude. And then I have to like reinstate mod privileges later. Like I don't like. Do not spam individual letters in my chat, because the moment you do that is the moment that somebody else hops in and tries to like spell out racial slurs in a weird way. So like let's not do that. I'll time you out. All right. Tism chat. Okay, well you're here to watch two ANCAPs talk about stuff. Of course there's going to be a bit of tism. Just don't do things that make the channel subject to invasion by bad actors. All right, boys. Let's get this party started. What is up, Zulu? Oh, nothing much. I'm excited to. We haven't spoken in a long time. I mean, like in any meaningful sense. You know what I mean? Obviously, we've. One thing I'm super happy about is you putting your hair back now. Okay, like you're cleaning up a little bit. Okay, you're a little cleaner than you used to be. There was a point in time where it was getting to be a little mad scientist-y, okay? Like it was a bit much, okay? I'm happy to see you a little put together, all right? It makes your arguments more believable that you're put together. We shall all leave the stream. Dude, what the fuck is that? Like, why would you? Okay, listen. If you're gonna go to the other ANCAP stream, like, do it. Exit quietly. All right. I mean, first of all, I've been streaming for 2 hours. You know, if you want to give him some love, that's fine. Oh, Zulu's muted. All right, hold on. Can you speak for me, Zulu? All right, try again. What is happening? Give me a second. First of all, let's fix that. Why is my chat box not working? What the hell happened? Okay. Let's do that. My, what? All right, try again.
Testing. 1, 2, 3.
There we go. Okay, fucking StreamYard's like defaulted to away from my virtual audio cables for a second.
Where? Yeah, damn. Yeah, how's it going?
Yeah, it's going good. It's going good. You know, I've since last time we spoke, I bit the bullet, right? I bit the Zulu bullet, and in adopting the moniker of Anarcho-Objectivist. I'm not as good as you. I won't claim to be. I know my role. Okay, my role is to tell dick jokes and introduce people, you know, to it in my own different way. All right, we have a Venn diagram where there's a lot of overlap, right? And we do different things though. But I had to, and that was one of the things I wanted to talk with you about today. I'm going to be talking with Michael Leibowitz tomorrow, which I'm sure will turn into like a bitchy debate at different points and an interesting conversation at others. But I think the nail in the coffin for me wasn't, it was like, I was keeping these two things as like two separate ideologies, right? I was keeping it as like, I am an ANCAP, and in the domain of things that are like, you know, legally permissible in terms of ANCAP, I use objectivism as my basis 99% of the time. Right. And it was like, okay, well, maybe sometimes I'm a virtue ethicist. And then there's like a realization that like, well, if the virtue ethics is based upon your values, and that just means you're an objectivist with incomplete information, doing the best you can, being like, okay, I should be these things that I value and I respect. So like, The whole virtue ethicist thing just kind of falls away once you realize that. And then the thing that actually burned me so much and made me go, okay, I have to be an anarcho-objectivist. I have to start saying that and promulgating that, is every single time I would try and discuss ANCAP stuff, it would constantly be, well, you have no answer for what ought man do. And then it would be like, well, yes, I do. I have this whole other ideology. And then they're like, pick a fucking ideology, you retard. And I'm like, no, like I'm an ANCAP, and then my moral decisions are this. And then it just made me realize that, oh God, no. Oh God, no. The concurrent viewers are dropping to go, Zulu must have gone live. Fuck you, you disloyal pieces of shit. It's all right. I'm happy for you. I'm not, but I'm happy for you. Fucking overlap.
I imagine you'll probably stream longer. They normally stream longer, so maybe they'll go.
Well,
back
I've already been streaming for like an hour and a half. This isn't. I don't think there's much I'm going to do after this, so it's fine. But yeah, it was that problem, right? It was that problem elucidated the issue with ANCAP and libertarianism completely, which is that it's not a complete worldview, and that you can't defeat communism, you can't defeat socialism, you can't defeat, all of these other political ideologies that have an answer to the question, what ought man do? Because you're giving them nothing, right? Like and honestly, the more I looked into it, the more I realized, okay, no, like I am an objectivist. I am an ANCAP. I am both of these things. Ayn Rand just got a few things wrong, especially once I started reading more about like her ethics paper, and was like, oh, Ayn Rand just says illogical shit sometimes. Like the Randians try and like package her together as like this perfect being, the completed philosophy. And it's like, okay, she talks about self-defense and she like fucks up the way she talks about self-defense, and in like basically saying that like you need a state to have any, like she writes away the right of self-defense and contradicts herself. She's not doing that on purpose. It's just like, it's very clear that like she was coming up with a new philosophy, and that like this was going to need to be cleaned up over time anyways. So how do you feel about that?
You can't necessarily, put too much blame on Rand for not getting, it right when it came to law. I mean, she was like, she was a fiction writer, so of course, obviously her aesthetics is way better than her legal theory, because she didn't really understand the law particularly well. She hadn't read up on like the history of legal theory, so she just kind of like adopted her legal standard trend of, well, there's going to be a state, and what should the state do, and blah 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 blah, and then she proceeded from there. Obviously, she was wrong to do this, and it's kind of it is strange. Like there is this kind of mythology built up around Ayn Rand, because obviously she did get so much so correct that people just kind of get into this habit of, well, she's on this other area which I perhaps don't know much about. I'm going to assume that Ayn Rand got it right, because she already got it right about so many other things that I read about her on. So people kind of get the habit of Ayn Rand said so, therefore.
Yes. It seems to me,
it's really, really very
in general,
destructive.
In general, it seems to me that Ayn Rand basically got the metaphysics and epistemology correct, with very rare exception, but often reached, maybe not contradictory, maybe we'll say contradictory. I don't want to make that claim too boldly, right? But often reached incorrect conclusions based upon those things. That's what it feels like, and it's exactly, it's like she got the epistemology and metaphysics right, but then when you go into the domain of law, well, she doesn't know anything about law. She's got the proper philosophy, but without the context of understanding these situations or these hypotheticals or English common law to a large degree, you end up in a position where we needed a Kinsella to come around and like figure out estoppel. We needed other theorists in other domains, and the Randroids seem to be obsessed with, well, she got the metaphysics right and she got the epistemology right, therefore all conclusions drawn from that must be correct because the basis is so fundamentally correct. And it's like, well, no, you can draw poor conclusions from a good basis. It happens all the time.
And luckily, it does seem to be like, back in the day, you know, I can't speak too much about back in the day because obviously I've only been an objectivist for as long as I've been an objectivist. But like,
Yeah.
the impression I get is that it used to be just completely verboten, no discussion at all. I mean, I experienced this a little bit when I first started learning about objectivism. There's no discussion at all. It is completely off the table to even consider anarchism as like a legitimate ideology because Ayn Rand completely wrote it off as like worse than communism, basically.
Right.
But nowadays, like, you know, you're getting people like Michael Leibowitz. Obviously, I've been on his show a few times. You're going to his show tomorrow. Like that, you wouldn't get a Michael Leibowitz.
Or
before.
he's
You
on
wouldn't
mine.
get-
I don't fucking know. Yeah.
one way or the other, and like, you know,
Yeah.
even like Jim Valiant, who's like this big guy, he's big in the objectivist space. Like I've DM'd with him back and forth. Like that would you just don't get that in the olden days of objectivism. They would be like, oh, he's a Murray Rothbard supporter, you know, get out of here, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think to a certain degree, we owe some of that to, and I know this is like a weird distinction, but I think it fits. I think a lot of that has been the conceptual conservative anarchism from Hoppe. And it's not so much because they're conservative, but because of the structuring and argumentation of making the concept of a covenant community popular. Because before the popularity of the covenant community, we were kind of in a domain of like imagining whatever, right? And so once we were like, okay, well, what is Atlas Shrugged? What is Galt's Gulch? It's a fucking covenant community. I think that has had a larger impact than people realize in saying, hey, Ayn Rand in her literature is describing anarcho-capitalism. You can say whatever you want about some of these conclusions that she drew from the metaphysics. We can debate those. That's really important to debate those. But when she writes a story, right, there's this kind of like, you know, the truth kind of bears out in narrative form, right? You find the most woke people, whatever, when they make a really good story, it often goes against their ideology because the story needs to be mythologically true, which in part means that it needs to mirror reality. And so it often defeats their own ideology because it mirrors reality. And I think something similar happened with Ayn Rand because she was like, what does this look like in practice? Well, what this looks like in practice is a pure covenant community that is an anarcho-capitalist. There's not a single bit of Galt's Gulch that is against what we would consider to be ANCAP in any way, shape, or form. I cannot find any, I challenge any objectivist out there to find any point of distinction in Atlas Shrugged and in Galt's Gulch that is against anarcho-capitalism, because you can't do it. They are 1-to-1 ratio the same. And I think that might have the popularization of Hoppe from maybe like the paleo libs or whatever, however that occurred, but the popularization of the concept of a covenant community, I think has had a major impact in that as well. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I do think you're entirely correct, and this is something which I was very much feeling when I was reading Atlas Shrugged, is that, you know, because it's fictional, and obviously Ayn Rand's whole theory of aesthetics is that the point of making a fiction book or a painting or whatever is to make a selective recreation of reality, which, you know, if you're really good at that, it requires you to be honest. So Ayn Rand was way more honest in her fiction. I mean, even something like you know, there's the point about IP. Randroids are like crazy about IP, right? Everyone knows this. But in her treatment of IP in Atlas Shrugged is actually way closer to a no IP system, because it's John Galt is the Prometheus who took his fire back. He didn't go out and stomp out everybody else's fire. He just stopped providing the fire, right? And that's kind of the point, is that, you know, if you really do believe that these people are like great people, then they can just stop providing the fire. They can just shrug. They don't have to go out and have the state stomp out the fire.
I mean, there is some argument that he destroyed his I forget the model, but like the using the electricity in the atmosphere, right, to propel for train propulsion. He did stamp out his work before he left the factory, right? I mean, he left some of the pieces there, but he destroyed the ability for them to recreate it, right? So I mean, in a way, there is some element of like like it's not like he just left it there, like it was his to destroy, even though he was an employee of the company because it was created by his mind, right? So I do think there's as much as I want to defeat IP any way, shape, or form that I can. I want to be is intellectually honest, and like it's a big ass book, so forgive me if I get some details wrong, or you do as well, right? But I think there is still some of that element there, right, where he destroyed. And the same thing occurred with the guy that had the capacity to oil, like he had a different way of capturing the oil. I can't remember his name, right? He destroyed his oil fields. Granted, they were his property, but he destroyed his oil fields so that they could not recreate his system of like gaining shale oil, which was like a more efficient system of doing it. So I mean, there is some I own this because of the mind, but we could just as easily say, well, it's his property in that domain. He has no ethical obligation, even under anarcho-capitalism, to give other people the blueprints to his work, and so he destroyed his property and he left. So it does conform with the ANCAP presentation of intellectual property. But if I were to read into it a little bit more, I would say that it was intentional that Ayn Rand considered those inventions to be a product of the mind that the mind owned, and therefore they were destroyed so that the parasites, the leeches, the looters, right, would not have access to those inventions.
I mean, maybe I am misremembering it because I mean, it's as you say, a very long book, and it's been a while since I've read it.
Right.
But my understanding was that basically John Galt he just walked away. He just kind of like, right, I'm rubbing my hands, and that like then the people of Starnesville, they were so like kind of animalistic and let's like tear down your wooden door to use as firewood, that type of thing, that they basically just they completely neglected the engine, and they go, oh, there's some wires there I can use to keep my chickens in, and they like tore that off, and they tore something else off, and like because there's that quote that Dagny's thinking about, like, oh, somebody must be using this as like a bowl or something, somewhere in Starnesville. They just scrapped it for everything it's worth to them.
Okay, so maybe it wasn't. Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to read it again. Fuck, I don't want to read Atlas Shrugged again, boys. Atlas Shrugged is an entire audiobook. If you look at it from like measuring from audiobook, right? It is an entire audiobook longer than The Way of Kings. That's how fucking long that book is, right? The Way of Kings, a notoriously too long of a book by Brandon Sanderson, right? Is a whole audiobook shorter than Atlas Shrugged. So having to read it again, I'm like, oh fuck, can't I just read the speech again? But I might have to go through it again to answer that question. But yeah, I do think that her conclusions, I do agree with you to a certain extent that that like when reality is made manifest via the power of telling fiction in an attempt to mirror reality, in that narrative work, that it mirrors anarcho-capitalism pretty closely. That IP portion is still up for debate. And I do think it is the biggest hang up, because Rand was just wrong. She was just wrong about IP. It's okay to admit she was wrong about a couple of things. She was wrong about abortion. Like, she was just wrong, right? I mean, she believed you could have abortion up to the birth of like, that is a distinct human being with its own consciousness. Even if you're using a purely objectivist framing of consciousness, that falls apart, because if you're trying to use it in such a way that it excuses an 8-month abortion, then it excuses the murder of a 1.5-year-old baby, because they also lack that same level of consciousness. I mean, those are about the only two things I can think of that she was wrong. Other things she was wrong, but I think it was just merely like poor writing, or like she was thinking through writing, and like the sentences seem to contradict, but the idea isn't wrong. And I think there are a lot of people that want to attack her for things unfairly from that domain.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, like, we can sit here all day long and like, point out, well, Rand was wrong about this, Rand was wrong about that, yada yada yada. But she is way, way better than most people will ever give her credit for. I mean, like, it is not at all uncommon that you'll see the opinion that Ayn Rand is not a philosopher from like actual, you know, the official, like, legitimate philosophers. They say, no, Ayn Rand was not a philosopher. It's like, you have
I was
to
taught that in college. My professor
yeah.
specifically told us to avoid reading Ayn Rand because she was unfairly categorized as a philosopher. All she was a bad author.
Yeah, because that I regard as taking a whole new level of dishonesty, where you can't even, you know, and it makes it very clear that she was entirely correct about how corrupt philosophy is these days. That you can't even say, at the very least, her epistemology, and you can't go, okay, that's clearly a new, you know, you might disagree with it, but it's very clearly she is doing philosophy. Like, I think it is so dishonest to say, no, she wasn't a philosopher at all. And this is like the commonplace opinion, right? It's absurd. And also, like, you know,
Someone in chat said,
this
a
is
bad author by what objective metric?
and this is kind of like, whenever I'm looking over a history of philosophy course, and this course was written after the publication of Atlas Shrugged. This is kind of the cutoff I give, and it doesn't have any mention of Ayn Rand. I'm like, okay, well, this person is dishonest. Like, I don't have to listen to what this person says, because, like, the philosopher of the 20th century, and you're going to go, nah, doesn't bear mentioning. It's like, oh yeah, no, it just stopped after pragmatism, and that's it. And there's
Right. It's
there's
like
nothing else to happen.
it's like you mentioned deluge in here, but you don't mention Ayn Rand. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Right? Like, you mention schizos that are just saying contradictory nonsense as like an important, you know, piece of the puzzle to philosophy, but you're not going to mention Ayn Rand. I don't know that I would necessarily skip the book, but you have to definitely take a new framing, which is this is my enemy's propaganda, as opposed to this is a book about the history of philosophy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I'm still a baby in this domain, you know, and so I one of the things that I find so difficult about this is, like, the moment when you step into a circle as a Marxist, for example, right? Or as a socialist of some variety, or as, you know, a Christian, right? There is this very welcoming and opening thing from the community to take you in and to, you know, slowly indoctrinate you into their faith, you know, as time goes by. And the exact opposite is true of anarcho-capitalists and objectivists, right? The moment that you go, I think I'm an objectivist, is the moment that you are, pun intended, are submitted to a deluge of as opposed to deluge, of just attacks on difficult to grasp concepts, right? I think there are people that, a lot of Reddit energy objectivists, right? That are like, it's simple. It's like, no, it's fucking not. Like, getting through the entire Peikoff lecture is not simple. This is you trying to flex to other people that you are super high IQ, and I don't buy it. Anybody that tells me that their foray into objectivism, or a genuine foray into anarcho-capitalist legal philosophy, was simple, is a liar. They're just lying to you. And I guess there's this kind of thing where it's like, I have a genuine and probably good fear of preaching the philosophy wrong. And yet at the same time, I have to be, if I'm a public figure and I'm someone that talks about political philosophy and things, I can't just secretly learn more for 2 years and not give my opinions. It's like, what I do is give my opinions on this. So, like, I'm curious how you feel about that aspect as someone that is, you know, pioneering, I would say, a new form of philosophy in melding these two together. Because, like, there are other people that are doing what we're doing, but you're the only one, I would say, that's genuinely putting in the work to meld these two philosophies together in a meaningful sense. How do you feel about that in this area where everything must be gatekept? And it's important that we gatekeep bad philosophy, and at the same time trying to like go through and fix the errors of both Like how do you do this? Like how are you not pulling all of your hair out trying to like defend your ideas while at the same time being partially through formulating your ideas, right? Like some of your ideas right now are almost certainly wrong because you're pioneering a blending of two ideologies together. There's no fucking way that what you have right now is completely correct, right? Like there just is no way. And at the same time, you're more correct than anybody else on this right now, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, it is entirely true, and I think it's a big problem, especially with objectivism. I remember, when I first started getting into objectivism, I was in some objectivist Discord server, and then they had like this fucking struggle session for me where they like pulled me off into like some forum channel. It was like, okay, what is your opinion on this, and what is your opinion on that? I just said, fuck off. I don't have to answer your goddamn questions. You're not a police officer. I don't care. Okay.
Right.
So like this is a very big problem, especially with the objectivists, because there is obviously this like kind of randroid tendency you get within objectivism, where they, if you don't fit the code, if you don't follow all of the proper tenets as given to us by Prophet Ayn Rand,
Saint
peace
Rand.
be upon her.
Yeah. Peace be upon
like
her.
then you're just and you're wrong, and we got to excommunicate you immediately. It's like this is a very hostile environment towards learning, and like I do try to be a little bit more open towards people, but obviously I am a highly disagreeable person, and ultimately like if I'm getting like fucking little like they want about this, but what about this? Like just the other day on Twitter, some guy was like giving me some like crazy reduction ad absurdum. It's like, well, if you follow the NAP fully, then then you can't say anything because it trespasses on someone's eardrums and all this stuff. And I was like, no, I'll give you an argument only after you give me a philosophical argument against the NAP. I'm completely uninterested in running through all of these different fucking reductions ad absurdum you have, because ultimately that's what these people are trying to do a lot of the time. They're just trying to be like an energy vampire, or like nerd snipe you. It's like, I want you to say the crazy thing right now. It's like, well, I don't actually have to, so go fuck yourself.
Yeah, there's this tactic.
If there's like a live debate, then I would bite the bullet. And I did bite the bullet. This is the thing from Captain Capstan, where it's like, would you steal the ladder to save your mother from a burning building?
That's one of the topics I really wanted to go into today. Yeah, but so we can get into that. Yeah, we can get into that now. But what I want to point out here, right, is there's a current strategy within the debate bro space, right? And let me define debate bro first, because I often call myself a debate bro, right? So when I say debate bro, I can sometimes call myself that lovingly, tongue in cheek. But predominantly what I'm talking about is people that are more interested in winning a debate than they are with gaining some clarity, having a conversation that aligns with the truth, or in proving the validity of their arguments against another person. These are all honorable, good, morally righteous, torches to bear, right? To attempt to honestly engage, to attempt to prove the validity of your arguments against those, to burn out falsities in our collective consciousness, if you will. I know, a lot of people dislike that, but I mean that psychologically. I don't mean that in like a literal sense. I mean, not quite a Jungian sense. I'm not making it mystical. These are all good things. And when you have debate bros, they have begun this new strategy. I'll tell you some of the worst offenders. Destiny's a bad offender. Jim Bob, Jay Dyer are really bad offenders. There's a few of these people. And what they do is this strategy that I like to call weaponized stupidity. And what weaponized stupidity is a tactic for subversion. So what they do is they demand your answers over and over and over again, and attempt to get you to re-explain yourself by different means. So the first time you explain yourself, you have a really clear and concise argument that works. Then they pretend that you're nonsense, you're crazy, or that what you're saying is radical and doesn't make any sense, yada, yada. And so you begin, as a good faith debater, you want them to understand the concept, and you don't want the audience, especially their audience who you're attempting to convert, to be confused by what it is that you're saying. And this preys upon you as a good faith, honest individual to re-explain yourself in a new way. And they will do this until they can find a sentence, a word, an argument, or something that is illogical or contradictory, or maybe appears to be contradictory or illogical, right? Because you've gone from the clean framing to now you're trying to hit it from different angles in the hopes that people understand the argument. And when you start modifying your argument to hit it from different angles, you start to weaken your own argument, right? Because you're trying to explain it in a different way. Well, maybe you'll get it this way. Well, maybe you'll get it this way, right? And so then they take that and then they attack that portion of what it is that you said, and they do everything they can to subvert your argument and move the goalpost over to this thing that you said that's incorrect. And now you're in a position where you have to be like, well, look, what I said wasn't really one-to-one correct. I explained it right the first time. And then you go to your first time and then they're like, oh, now this nonsense shit again. And what ends up happening is they drag you down into stupidity and beat you with experience in this domain. And it is a very, very common tactic that I see more and more and more and more. And I think it is exactly why you were in that scenario where it's like, this is why often people think biting the bullet is bad, when really biting the bullet can be a superior technique, because this is what they're attempting to do. They're attempting to get you to re-explain in 10 different ways your argument so that they can then muddy the waters, weaken your argument, and prove that you're illogical, when oftentimes the best bet is just go, yeah, I wouldn't steal the ladder. I'd let my mom die. Now, can we get to a real world scenario? Can we get to some issues here? Can we, like, the biting the bullet can often be necessary, because if not, you're playing a game that is designed to subvert truth and to subvert honesty for their desire to win W's from an audience of midwits or low IQ people that will then claim victory with like large numbers every time you pop up.
Yeah, and I mean that was, you know, it's not even like they're even giving any counter arguments.
No,
like, you know, I've provided my full argument on why the NEP is correct. For I bring it right down into the philosophy. You know, zero people from that, like, you know, from Captain and Capistan's community, zero of them actually gave a philosophical argument for what they were saying. They just, all they had was a reductio ad absurdum. And, you know, I love reductios ad absurdum as much as the next guy. They definitely have a place, but the place is, you know, if you said, well, my argument is that if something is voted upon, then it's the correct thing to do. And I said, well, hold on, what if you know, 5 guys vote to rape a woman and she votes against it? Is that the right thing to do?
It wouldn't be a Liquid Zulu stream without rape magically popping up at some point.
Yeah, because then like, you know, the role of that reductio ad absurdum is to see if you're being consistent or not. But if you were being consistent, if you bit the bullet on that, that wouldn't actually be sufficient. I would then have to do the harder step of, okay, well, now I know he's consistent in his position, so I need to, you know, provide an actual philosophical counter argument to what he's
right. There's a step two,
did that.
but the problem is that they're attempting to win by popularity of an appeal to emotion, right? So they don't need a step 2 because they're not engaged in a real honest conversation about the philosophy. They're engaged in getting a W, right? And so when you bite that bullet, then they can use that to be like, this dude would murder his own mom. This dude doesn't care if his mom dies. This dude's an evil person who does, right? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? And so they never get to the step 2, which is, okay, now that you've bitten that and you're logically consistent on that, now we need to make an argument against that, an alternative against that, or something. And if they don't, well, then you can reverse the reductio ad absurdum to test their logic, right? So the moment it's like, okay, well, now we can reverse the reductio. Would you kill and wipe out your entire neighbor's family if they tried to fight you for the latter? Okay, well, you already said it's justifiable to violate the non-aggression principle. Hold on, pause. Most of you are aware of this analogy. Can you do the analogy real quick and explain what happened on Twitter? Because I just realized that we're talking about something that we both have knowledge of that the audience might not have knowledge of.
Sure. So basically, the analogy was, it was from a gentleman by the name of Captain and Capistan. He like atted a bunch of people. He atted me. He atted some other people, I believe. And he was like, hey, I'd really like the NAP absolutist to answer me this. So like the scenario was basically that your house is burning and your mother's upstairs and she's gonna burn to death unless you use a ladder to help her get down. Now your neighbor has a ladder over in his house, but he's repeatedly told you that he does not want you under any circumstances using his ladder. So the idea is that this is in some way first they're saying that this is aggression to take the ladder, that you're stealing the ladder, and then they're asking, would you indeed steal this ladder? That's the hypothetical as given. Now, I just bit the bullet on this, obviously, but there are ways to kind of, rhetorically poke back at this hypothetical. It's like, okay, so am I just some kind of like scumbag who I've like, been parasitizing on my neighbor for so long? He's just like, no, under no circumstances you take my ladder because I need that ladder for reasons X, Y, Z. It's my livelihood and everything.
Or I just hate you,
So
whatever.
yeah. So stop taking my ladder. And then what I did was I'm already aware. I already know that my neighbor has a ladder, which I obviously need, right? Because I keep asking to borrow it. But at no point did I decide to go to the shops and buy my own ladder. Like, why am I supposed to side with this like parasite who just always assumes that there's going to be this magical other person there that he can just sink his teeth into and get whatever the hell he needs? Like, why am I siding with that person? That person has gotten themselves into that conundrum here, right? They didn't buy any like fire insurance. They didn't buy any like fire extinguishers. They didn't do anything to prepare for this, right? And I'm supposed to side with this person. It's like, no, fuck off. You don't get to just be a parasite and get away with it.
So this is one of the things I wanted to talk about. And one of the reasons I wanted to talk about this is there is this like, I am a NAP absolutist. I am. I'm with you. I will bite that bullet. But one of the things that I like to, how do I put this? When I reach this, I go, okay, there's cognitive dissonance between my moral intuition and my principles. And I think too often, well, dude, thanks for the $20. No words either. I appreciate it. There's often this, I think we could call it autistic tendency. I don't care. Whatever you want to call it, right? Where people go, okay, well, the principle is right, therefore the emotion is wrong. And I think that's completely false. I think moral intuition points towards a potential problem and that you should actually engage with understanding that. And if you have principles, either A, whatever that principle is wrong, which is the view they're taking, or B, there's some missing context here. And so I think this is there's a completely defeating thing here, which is reality. Okay. And in reality, people have values that are very, very strong that overwrite property rights. They just do. That is just a truth, right? That's a truth of the human condition. And so if this was a problem where someone dies because they can't get the ladder, or where someone sues someone for stealing their ladder because they violated the NAP and they had express non-permission, whatever term you want to use, right, towards their property previously, right? Because if there's no expressed, desire, I'm going to take the ladder because I'm going to assume that my fucking neighbor has an implied consent that he wants to let me save my mother's life over a fucking steel ladder, right? If that turns out to be false at a later time, I'm sorry I violated the NAP. I didn't fucking know. I didn't think you were a psycho. How can we resolve this? I'll pay you your money, right? But if before that he said, you cannot use my fucking ladder. Ancapistan number 126 is probably going to institute some form of insurance law in some way that says, if you want to be represented by our insurance company, we don't want to deal with problems like this. We don't want our company tied to protecting people's assets so that they can't be used to save the life of another human being.
And moreover, just
right, the market is very.
Thing.
Oh yeah, go. Let me just finish. I'm almost done. Very quickly.
Oh, sure.
It will resolve itself, because it is very obvious that people value the life of a human being in general to such a degree that it is not financially feasible for an insurance company to consistently protect minor property damage from so that other people don't use it to save another human being's life. And that morality clause is going to be put into that insurance. That rule will be changed because there is a moral intuition there that maybe somebody's ladder isn't more important than my mother's life, but I don't have the right to impose that on them But our culture and our society, our people should fix this. We should voluntarily adopt a system that says, yeah, in the event that someone's life is in serious threat, in order to have our insurance and rights enforcement agency or whatever, you have to agree that you're going to let your property be used in that domain under these specific circumstances, which is the reductio ad absurdum, not under all circumstances. Continue. I'm sorry. I just wanted to finish that argument.
Yeah.
Flesh it out.
Because there's something Hoppe talks about this, that these insurance firms, they'll tend to bind people to a certain civilized activity. Like, as if you're going around provoking attacks against you, well, you can't actually insure against that. Like, I can't insure you for painting your own wall black. Like, because if I were to give you that insurance package, you'd immediately just walk up to your wall, paint it black, and you get money from me, right? So that is completely uninsurable. So, and this could, fit into the same sort of thing, that if this neighbor is really being such a dickhead that he's gonna let your mother die because he doesn't want his ladder to get like dirty with soot or something, he's kind of, that type of activity. If you're operating like this day after day, you're kind of provoking people to want to aggress against you. So it's like the insurance firm, they're gonna have to say, like, cut that out, or else we're not insuring you against aggression if you're going around making people want to aggress against you all the time. And I think just in general on this, like, what one way to approach this sort of type of scenario is to say, well, actually, it wouldn't be some people, in some of these scenarios, I saw Casimir the other day, he was saying, like, well, in the flagpole scenario, you're allowed to evict as gently as possible, so that's not forcing them off the ladder. That's, hey, come on inside and get the hell out of here, right? So you can attack it in that sense, where you're saying, well, actually, you're wrong about whether this is aggression or not in your reduction.
Yeah, that works in the flagpole scenario, because his argument is, and correct me if I'm wrong, Casimir, I know you're in chat, that you have to have the mens rea of aggression in order for it to be considered aggression, right? So in the flagpole scenario, you have fallen and just grabbed onto something. You had no intention of trespassing on the person's property. I don't know, like you're falling, so you grab onto the flagpole to save your life. Is that mens rea of aggression if you knew previously that you're not allowed to touch the flagpole? I don't know. That's a gray area that I have difficulty grappling with. But maybe he'll pop up in chat and if he wants to go further or discuss that with you later.
Sure. So that's like one way to
certainly not if you didn't know before.
Shows.
Yeah.
Is to go, like, okay, well, you're actually wrong about this being aggression. But the other way I've seen some people dealing with this reductio is they say, well, I would just commit the crime. So they're accepting that's a crime. I would just commit the crime and then I'd deal with the punishment later. I regard this as a horrible type of principle to have. It's not even a principle. It's the negation of principle. It's basically equivalent. I've given this reduction many times to people, and none of them are able to answer it. Where it's like, hey, Adolf Hitler, he decides he's going to do the Holocaust, even though he's a total anarcho-capitalist. Adolf Hitler is the biggest anarcho-capitalist ever. Okay, and he decides, well, I still want to do the Holocaust, so I'm just going to do the Holocaust, and then I'll accept the punishment as it comes.
Right.
And you notice with this type of scenario, with this type of thing, where you're just kind of giving yourself license to commit aggression, it actually has no stopping point. So I could say, I'll accept the punishment when it comes. And then when the punishment comes, I commit the new crime of trying to get out of my punishment. It's like, don't worry, I'll accept the punishment for that new crime when the punishment comes.
Just go and go. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I would,
then on my deathbed, I'm like, okay, fine, you can put me to death now. It's like, well,
if I can say, if you're not making a moral judgment, that's a terrible argument. I agree with you. It's a terrible argument because you're attempting to justify aggression, no matter how you spin it. That being said, just to give the devil his due, I do think that there are those that are not theorists, right, who are descriptively, or they're describing what would likely occur in the scenario, is, I think, different than saying that is okay, right? So just to give the devil his due, I would say it's okay to say, I don't know what I would do in that scenario, but if my mom was dying, I'd probably take the fucking ladder. That's just who I am. Now, if you say it is right for me to do that, or this solves the conundrum in some way, then you are making a horrible argument that justify. I mean, like you are either admitting the law of the jungle or you're in the domain of ethics. Those are your only two fucking choices. And if you're saying that you can violate the non-aggression principle based off of personal preference and that it is morally right to do so, you are in the law of the jungle, right? You have opened yourself up to all crime, and you have admitted that only thing that matters is power, and that whomever has the power can do whatever they want, and you have no argument against them doing so. You have no argument to say that there's something morally wrong with someone coming and murdering your whole family because they had the power to do so and you lack the power to respond. Right? But if you're being honest with yourself, I think in those reductios, I think most humans probably would take the latter, even with express non-permission. But that doesn't mean that that's the right thing to do. That is just a nature of the weakness of humanity and how we are often driven by emotions and love, and we do crazy things. Like I've starved for 3 days before, right? I have been in a situation where I was homeless, where I did not have access to food, right? To describe the state I was in, I was also smoking cigarettes. And one of the things that I would do is I would go out to public places and I would crumple the burnt end of a cigarette in one pile and then crumple the non-burnt into another pile and then re-roll all of the semi-smoked tobacco just to smoke a cigarette because I didn't have the money to purchase cigarettes and I had been days without food. I never stole anything that entire time, right? But I've also never been 5 days without food or 6 days without food. And if I'm honest with myself, there's a line where I'm going to break. There's a point where I'm going to become a beast, right? Where I'm no longer a rational thinking actor because I'm so driven by hunger that my faculties have gone to a position where I'm a beast and I should be treated as a beast. That's the answer. Is if you act like a beast, you ought to be treated like a beast, and that's not morally good. Trying to justify theft just because you're hungry is the communist argument. It is conquest de pain, right? The conquest of bread. That is the fucking argument at its fundamental level, is that when you're starving, you get to steal. But I would say, kind of like my argument earlier, is that a healthy society would recognize that is a part of humanity. And that there needs to be not express permission per se, but that there needs to be an implied consent in those extreme scenarios. And that I would prefer to live in that society and I would voluntarily adopt those rules. That doesn't necessarily mean that that excuses that, but it does excuse that if we all live in a society where we say, hey, if somebody is 5 days without food, they're allowed, like you've all voluntarily agreed that somebody give them some source of food. If someone's mother is about to die, you've all voluntarily agreed that they can grab your ladder and use it to save her mother's life, et cetera, et cetera. And that's kind of like my point of contention here, is that like I think they are pointing out in that reductio a problem, right? But they're using it to try and justify evil.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like there's definitely, like, you're correct about that distinction. That, like, some people, there's a difference between the questions of, well, would you do it versus should you do it? And
Exactly.
I always treat these questions of would you do X, Y, Z in these types of debates. I always treat that as them asking, should you do X, Y, Z? Because that's really what they're trying to get at, right? Because they're trying to ask, it's an ethics debate, so trying to ask about your ethics.
Yeah.
And I did end up getting a concession from Jacob Winograd on this. He made a tweet saying, like, you know what, Zulu's correct.
I don't know who this person is. Can you send it? Yeah, I don't know who this person is.
Sure. So he was like, oh yeah, absolutely. Because I basically attacked it from like the Christian perspective. It's like, well, like, should Job have abandoned God? Should when it says thou shalt not steal, does that mean that you can sometimes steal? Because there's this kind of like thing where it's like it's strange that a lot of these people who aren't getting the NEP absolutism are in fact Christians. Like Christians are the last group on earth to be confused by moral absolutism. Like
Right,
it says,
yeah, right.
"Thou
Like they're
shalt not steal."
deontologists, like
Yeah. Like they are the last group I will accept being like, what the hell? That's crazy, because that's what their Bible says. Thou shalt not steal. So in fact, they're turning away from God. They're doing as they wouldn't want Job to do when they are saying that they would indeed that they think people should steal in order to save their mother. And that is the opposite of what
Yeah,
this is kind of like why I like respect the Jews a lot more oftentimes because people will make fun of them for having that kind of like they are really
I'm not
sticking to the
technically
rules as they're
outside
written.
because I have a string that means I'm not technically inside. The action is occurring inside, not outside because of the string. And it's like fucking all right, dude. You're trying to find a fucking loophole here.
I respect that level of no, that if that's how it was written, that is exactly what was meant. Like they're not having any sort of interpretation or anything like that. I respect that. That is exactly how I treat the NEP. This is what it is. And if you really do believe that these are the words of God, then you're going to stick to those words exactly. You're not going to put your own spin on it or anything. Like that's just what God tells you to do, and I respect that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Christian ethics is always a point of contention for me because it's like I don't know. I have a difficult time getting into Christian ethics with people because I find the Bible to be so contradictory. Number one. I don't know how the word of God is supposed to be contradictory. And so then they kind of just like, you have these theologians that then try to like bend over backwards to make these things not actually contradictory. And to a certain extent, that's kind of fair, right? Because it's a spiritual book, right? So not everything is meant to be, most of the Bible is not meant to be factually true. It's meant to be functionally true, right? And so it's not per se that they're really arguing, this specific thing. And then also interpretations get off. So like when it comes to anarchism and Christianity, for example, like one of the things you'll pop into often is, render under Caesar what is Caesar's and render under God what is God's, right? And it's like, well, then you kind of look into the history of it and you realize that what was probably occurring was that someone was giving Jesus a drachma that claimed that Caesar was God on the coinage itself. And so he's like, render under Caesar what is Caesar's and render under God what is God's is a direct refutation of taxation from Jesus. Like he's saying, God is something else and he's claiming to be God and he's doing it tongue in cheek because fucking the Romans are looking for an excuse to kill the dude, right? Like he's proselytizing. So I don't know. But I do agree that like, how are you a deontologist and then you have a hard time biting the bullet when you believe that the word of God says that something is a sin always? Like, what is your, you know what I mean? Like maybe you find a loophole like the Jews do. I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like the latter analogy has really gone crazy. And so I did want to talk about it just because that's what ANCAP Twitter was so inflamed about recently. But I feel like I've made my argument.
Yeah.
All right. So here's the other thing I wanted to talk about. This is a bit tongue in cheek, but also a little bit serious. And hopefully we don't get into too much of an open borders debate because I don't really want to make this about an open borders debate. But I am an American and I am sitting from across the pond watching the UK. We're watching fucking Atlas Shrugged is becoming true everywhere. Okay. But I'm watching it specifically in the UK crumble faster than anywhere else. I am watching the problems of socialism and, critical theory wokeness become such a problem in the UK to such a degree that is happening at such a, it seems like the UK is close to a boiling point where it's going to have to go one way or the other. And so I said tongue in cheek, but I kind of mean it. It's time to be xenophobic to all British people. It's time to be xenophobic to everyone from the UK. And what I mean by this is I do not want a single fucking person from the UK coming to America, gaining citizenship here, and then voting just the same way that Californians that run to Texas vote. Like, I want to remind every British person, you did this, you destroyed your country, that's why you're fucking fleeing here. But I also wanted to talk with you about it because there's so few fucking people in the UK that share this ideology that we have, or see a problem with so many. Like, there's so many things happening. Lucy Connolly, the immigration issue, right? And I understand we differ on that, but nevertheless, we can still talk about the way it has been implemented and the breakdown of the NIH and the free speech issues that I'm seeing and the way crime is being handled, et cetera, et cetera. How do you feel about me proclaiming to my chat to be xenophobic to all people with a British accent?
It makes sense, in the sense that I believe, if a person is coming from a place where there is evidence that they're going to be some sort of a leftist, then you should at least treat them with suspicion until they're, because then there is actual evidence that, if all you know about a person is that they were born and raised in the United Kingdom, you have evidence that they're probably going to be some sort of leftist. They almost certainly support the NHS, for instance. Like, that is horrible communist bullshit, right? And I think it's entirely proper to treat that with suspicion. And you're right, because there is this kind of sense of, somebody will be in some socialist hellhole, and then they'll recognize how hellish it is. They'll finally escape that hellhole, and they didn't update their priors, as the rationalists like to say. They didn't actually analyze at all why it turned into a hellhole, because it turned into a hellhole precisely for the policies that they're now trying to get implemented elsewhere. And it's kind of just a lack of understanding of cause and effect, in my view. And that is like the most horrible type of poison that you can have in your head, is to not recognize cause and effect.
Yeah, it's just, okay, so we're agreed. I'm gonna start being xenophobic towards all Brits and British accents until I learn that they're one of the good ones. Liquid Zulu, I know, is one of the good ones, but most people with a British accent, I assume you're a piece of shit until I have other knowledge. But going more onto this, I'm an American, right? I am as American as they come, in the sense that my family's ancestry is rooted predominantly in American culture, right? I didn't grow up with like a Polish family, right, that immigrated here and maintained like Polish religious traditions and ate Polish food and brought Polish values, right? I'm part Melungeon, right? From Appalachia. I'm part black. I am mostly white. I am, from German and French and obviously Scottish, right? Like, everyone knows my last name's Scott, right? It's one of those like off the boat names they give you, right? So, but I don't have an ancestral tie to anything other than America. And America's kind of reaching that point now, I think, where we've been around long enough to where I'm okay with that, right? There's a certain amount of time that an empire or a nation goes before that land has a rich, steeped tradition that you feel that as an ethnicity, right? America in 1700, you're not really ethnically American. You're ethnically British, living in a British colony in this new land, right? But I'm ethnically American. And I just have to ask, like, as a British person who has, and I apologize if you're more Scottish or Welsh or whatever. I just know you're from the UK, and pretty redheaded. So, we could draw some potentially incorrect conclusions from that, right? But nevertheless, like, how do you cope with what's happening in your country to such a degree that every value that would have been a British or a Scottish value has been almost completely subverted in the last 50 years. I mean, obviously the story goes back longer than that, but I mean, especially in the last 20 or 30 years, it is like any concept of English common law or rights from that stem from England, right? They stem from the Magna Carta. Like historically speaking, the concept of individualism and individual rights and everything. And now you're living in a country where people can go to prison for bad tweets.
Yeah, it is very concerning, of course. I mean, I've pretty much written off the UK. I want to leave this hellhole as soon as possible.
Mhm.
But the other day,
One of the good ones,
saw
I
this,
told you, chat.
tweet, I saw this tweet. I'll send in the studio chat, where it was somebody saying like, "Oh, U.S. TikTok have discovered there are black Scottish people," and I attached a picture of Jared Taylor. Said this man is Japanese.
I saw that, and then one of the comments was like something slant eye or something. I don't want to scroll
Yeah,
down.
yeah.
It was like a slur, and I was like, yo, that's hilarious.
Because I mean that is, if they're going to, because I can't necessarily say exactly what I think of the idea of a black Scottish person. So I'm just openly granting the standard they're giving that there can be black Scottish people. It's okay. Then Jared Taylor is a Japanese man. He is fully Japanese. He's 100% Japanese. Just grant that standard, and people kind of immediately see perhaps some problems with it. Now there was another one where like their first tweet on this, I believe they were like, "Oh my god, I've never seen a black Scottish person before," indicating that this is the first time I've seen it. And I just kind of said, "Indeed, they're correct. They have never seen a black Scottish person before. This is true. This is a true statement."
I think what's her name? Oh God, Billie Eilish recently got in trouble because she did a concert in I want to say it was Scotland, might have been Ireland. I don't remember, but she said like it was so nice, like seeing so many people that looked like me. And it was like a Freudian slip. Like she's woke as woke comes, right? But like her ancestry bubbled up and made her say something, potentially offensive, right? And then like everyone was like, "What the fuck do you mean looks like you?" And she's like, "Oh shit, that's not what I meant to say. I didn't mean it like that. My bad." Right? But it's true. I mean, I'm in America, so I can say what I believe here, right? And there is a fundamental problem with the way that the left, especially, and many on the right, who I would say are on the left, they just vote for the ostensibly right-wing party. I would say most people are on the left, as far as I'm concerned philosophically, where they have this magic soil theory, right? It's this is the soil that is British. Therefore, if you're born on this British soil, you're British, and that's fucking nonsense. Right? It's just complete and utter nonsense. You have to do a Bayesian analysis, right? Well, where were you born is important. Where were you raised is important. Where were your parents from? What values did they instantiate in you? Because a culture is made up of values that are tied to a homogenous culture that is in a certain area. And that culture takes on values because of you can do a Marxian analysis, right? And say because of the material conditions of the culture, you can do whatever analysis you prefer to do. You're going to arrive at the conclusion that a culture is shaped by its environment in some degree. And you have to do and citizenship is going to be part of it, right? And whether or not they adopt and or respect the culture, or whether or not they attempt to change the culture is going to be, there's all of these different things are what makes someone British or makes someone American. And it's not this magic soil thing. Unironically, as fascistic as it is, I think from a philosophical perspective, the Japanese have it mostly correct, right? The Japanese say, if you come here, even if you marry here, even if you are granted like permanent status here and you work here, you're not Japanese, you'll never be Japanese. And your children with this Japanese woman that you married are also not Japanese. They'll have all the same rights as citizens, but they will be excluded from some rights or from some characterization. So for example, if you read manga, right? I know there's probably a lot of weebs in chat, right? Like, cause libertarians tend to be autistic. and autistics tend to really be into manga. They overlap. And so, and so like, if you read it, like, you cannot write a manga as a white American, or as a hafu, right? I don't know if you can say that on YouTube or not. I don't know if it's considered a slur or not, but it's a legal term over there, so it shouldn't be, right? You cannot do that until you are 75% Japanese, or at the very least, both of your parents are Japanese citizens born in Japan, right? And so you can't write a manga. You could write a comic, but they won't call it manga. They'll call it something else because it's not mangaka, it's not manga, because it wasn't written by a Japanese person. And I think the Japanese have figured out something fundamentally important here, which is, I, as an American, moved to Japan. I bring with me more than my skin color. What I bring with me are American values, American behavior, American culture. And then some of those things are commiserate with Japanese society, and some of them aren't, right? Some of them clash with the values that are predominantly held in Japan. I marry a Japanese woman. We have children. Now, that child is born and raised in Japan and is half Japanese. So obviously they're Japanese, but they would say, well, you're deserving of rights as if you're a Japanese person. You're deserving of rights as someone that was born here, but you're not Japanese. And the reason you're not Japanese is not because you're half white skin. It's because your father raised you with American values. Your home was not the typical Japanese home. Everything that was inculcated into you is in part American. It is that child, that half Japanese child, that can then grow up and live in Japanese society and can determine, having been there their whole life, what are the things that clash with Japanese culture and what are the things that improve Japanese culture, or at the very least don't clash with Japanese culture. And it's when they have children that, yeah, you have a cowboy grandpa, but at the end of the day, you're raised by a Japanese person, and you're raised by someone that has already integrated their Japanese-ness and their American-ness into the culture and figured out the pitfalls of what works and what doesn't work. And so, like, as much as obviously generalities, are not, generalizations are a problem, and obviously there's no perfect answer, but I think the Japanese have pretty much figured out exactly what is a Japanese and what is a non-Japanese. They don't care that you're 25% white. Not really, right? But they do care if you're half white. And there's reason to care. And the reason is what's happening to vending machines in Japan right now that they brought in a bunch of fucking immigrants and they brought in a bunch of Vietnamese being a big problem, is that their high trust society is eroding because they've imported a bunch of people that don't share their culture or their views and aren't being integrated into their culture. And I would say the same thing is happening in the UK. I mean, to a far, far worse degree. You have imported millions of people that are aggressive people with an aggressive ideology from fucked up countries that can't stop interbreeding, right? Because of all the fucking cousin marriages of Pakistanis. They're predominant. There's a large portion of them are inbred. Their IQs are fucked. They are savages in multiple ways. Obviously, there are outliers, and it is in part destroying your country. And anyone that speaks out against it can go to jail now. And I know you have to be careful about what you're fucking saying now.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it is entirely correct. I'm probably, of all the people who are for open borders, I'm probably in the top 1% of people who hate the immigrants, hate immigration the most. It was never for me. It was never like this kind of, oh, immigrants are always so great. They're so peaceful. They're so capitalist. So I just love them so much. I just want as many as possible. It was always, I detest most of these people. But fundamentally detesting someone doesn't give me the right, doesn't give anybody else the right either, to tell them where they're allowed to go. Right. No, I think certainly it's proper to speak out against, giving these people a kind of, the 5-star hotel that they can just live in for free. It's like, am I paying for that? Why am I paying for this? Why do I have to fucking pay for this? It's nonsense. And yeah, you're right. These people, like, it is very clearly noticeable that the culture of the UK is slipping away. This, and it doesn't have to be this way. Like the Sikhs, there are plenty of Sikhs came over. You know, obviously Britain used to have control over India, so a lot of Sikhs ended up coming over, and they integrated pretty well for the most part, right? You know, you have a lot of curry restaurants across the UK. They've integrated with the British culture. Really, they have. They're not speaking Hindi to each other. They're not doing any of this sort of stuff. But you know, the more recent wave of immigration, at least a lot of it, not so much integration. It's very much, you know, there's this account on Twitter called UK Aesthetics, YOOKAY Aesthetics, and you know, just I was earlier today to make this thumbnail for this stream. I was scrolling through their media tab, and it is just, you know, there's a very clear cultural shift going on, especially in England. Like England's had it the worst, I think. Like
especially
to the point where,
London. London is no longer
yeah.
a British city. It just does, like it's just
no.
not. It has aesthetics of architecture that's yet to be destroyed. That's it.
Yeah, it's like this is a very, like, it's gone to the point where English people trying to fly the English flag, and that is a symbol of resistance. Where
that ought to tell you everything.
These people are being called racist. Yeah, you would never get that in Scotland. Scottish people love the Scottish flag. You know, all the kind of satellite regions, I call them, in the UK, they're very much more nationalistic than the English, because, you know, the English, they are the dominant force within the British Empire. They've always been the dominant force. We're speaking English right now. I think there's a lot of great things about England, but you know, you kind of get this sort of Randian envy towards the English because they are in the dominant position. You always are trying to attack the person in the dominant position. So a lot of, you know, at least Scottish people,
you're breaking up a little bit.
English. Oh, sorry. Oh dearie me. Let me, one moment. Let me try and turn off my VPN.
My 6 got him. No, boys.
Hello.
Yeah, you're good. I hear you.
Coolio. All right. Am I still streaming? Attempting to reconnect. Well, that's not good. Like, reconnection successful. Okay. There we go. So yeah, no, like this is there's a lot of envy towards the English because they are, of course, in like the dominant position within the British Empire. They always have been. So you get a lot of hatred towards them, and I think a lot of English people have kind of swallowed this anti-British Empire. They always have them, which is it's very, very destructive, and I think it's entirely proper to kind of poke fun at English people when they are hating being English. Like, no,
yeah,
you shouldn't
it's like
hate being English.
This new wave of protest of like painting the St. George Cross places. I'm not pro vandalism, okay? Like, you know, but insofar as doing it in, you know, traffic circles on public property, go fuck yourself, right? You know what I mean? Like, there's nothing. I know you can't explicitly, now that you had to, especially with the VPN on, I know you can't explicitly say what I'm going to say, which is, you know, there is no such thing as, you know, like I have no problem whatsoever in vandalizing public property with your nation's flag. Fuck off. Completely fuck off. If you're going to use tax-paying dollars to paint fucking pride resistance flags and Marxist symbols on public property, you have no fucking leg to stand on to say that I am somehow immoral by painting my nation's flag on property that is presumably in part owned and maintained by me, right? If you're going to accept this collectivist ownership of property, then go fuck yourself. And I do think it is a great form of protest in the sense that it's very hard to argue against, even though so many Brits have. But it's difficult because it does paint you to the normal person of like, what's wrong with our flag? Like, why do you have hatred for our own flag? But it's like, it's terrifying to watch from the outside because we're dealing with our own Marxist bullshit here in this country, right? Like, we elected Donald Trump, to presumably bring some sense of capitalism and rationality back. And so many libertarians sucked his dick, being like, oh, Trump's actually not that bad. Meanwhile, Trump is bragging about the fact that America now owns 10% of Intel. That in and of that is infuriating to me. And not just because I'm an AMD fanboy. All right. I'm mad for other reasons, though that is one of them, right? That Intel's going to get all these corporate contracts and government contracts because the state is going to pressure Intel and success, and Intel's going to continuously suck, which means what? It means AMD is not going to spend as much money on research and development on their chips, because why would they? Because their major competition is Intel. I mean, obviously they have like some other competitors for like Macintosh and stuff like that, but yeah, it's like the Lucy Connolly situation to me is insane as well, because it's not so much that it happened, because it's a story that I've heard 2,000 times now, right? Which is British person says mildly offensive thing on Twitter and then gets a visit from the police and then is, forced to, do a mea culpa and pay a fine or go to jail. And then obviously her situation is a little bit more extreme in the sense that she was pressured into pleading guilty to the crime of nothing. She didn't incite a fucking fire. She said, what do I care? Right? She literally just said, like, I don't care if you guys get burned and die. I'm so sick of you taking all my money and resources. And then she deleted it a couple hours later because she was like, all right, that was probably too much. Right? Like, she even recognized that was like kind of hateful and kind of like a fucked up thing to say from a moral perspective. But from a legal perspective, you have no concept of freedom of speech in your country. It does not exist in any way, shape, or form. I mean, but the thing that surprised me the most about it has been so many journalists and podcasters and media representatives that have been like, look at this spiteful, evil piece of shit. She should have done more time in prison. Yeah, and like, as an American, like, what?
A lot of them are being paid by the UK government, by the way. The UK government does like, sort of sponsorship deals, you could call them, with a lot of UK influencers. So that's why a lot of them are very much pro-government, even if it's like just like a makeup influence or something. Suddenly they're talking about like how the government's so great. It's like, where'd that come from? Well, because
it's like, where did the makeup influencer come? Yeah, I mean, the same thing happens in America, but but it's less direct, right? In America, what ends up happening is somebody like George Soros, obviously George Soros is, I'm only using that because that's the name everybody knows, right? Sets up some non-governmental organization that is designed to promote diversity in soccer or some shit, right? And then tax money goes towards this program, this NGO that's doing wonderful things. And then private donations towards this, get traded for favors in lobbying and politics. And then what you end up having is these NGOs then find some TikTok influencer to support Kamala Harris in a campaign, and they have deliverables and all these things that they're being paid. And you're like, well, your taxes aren't paying for that. And it's like, yeah, but the NGO that set it up, the initial NGO that funneled money to another NGO, that funneled money to another NGO, that NGO gets like 40% of its funding in like grants from taxes. So yes, we fucking are, right? Like, it's just more layers of bullshit that occur in America, because we don't have like media licenses and shit where there's this presumed legitimacy of taxpayers, paying their TV license to go to the BBC or some shit.
Yeah, I do want to like kind of just touch back on this this flag painting campaign going on in England, because which is, by the way, the crazy part is that it was a Reform MP. Reform UK, which is the party of Nigel Farage, who got us out of the EU, they were saying how terrible it was that they're doing this vandalism. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, who is in the Labour Party, which is like, the left-wing party, quote unquote, or obviously there isn't really a real right-wing party here. But the Prime Minister was asked about it, and he said he supports flying the English flag. So he's signaling in favor of the English flag, whereas the Reformer is signaling against it, which is a very dire situation to be in. But even if, like, the argument that was being given by the Reform MPs who are against this was that it's dangerous because the traffic circle, it needs to be all white. And I think you pointed out something very important there, which kind of throws this argument completely out of the water, is that there will constantly be governments everywhere will constantly be changing out traffic signals and stuff to be LGBTQ colors. So clearly, the colors aren't actually that important, right?
Right.
You can get away with painting these things different colors without like this massive disaster happening. And I don't think anybody in the UK who has a driver's license is at all confused when they come to a roundabout. But they're like, oh my god, the middle circle, it's not all white. What do I do here? And they start like swerving wildly and crashing into trees and everything. Like this doesn't happen to anybody. We understand what roundabouts are, you know, they're everywhere.
Well, I've noticed this thing that is occurring in politics because, you know, populism occurs when this is going to be a bit of a Marxian analysis, so forgive me for it. But it's of my opinion that populism starts to pop up, for lack of a better term, when material conditions stop being stable, right? Like I think people are willing to buy into bullshit narratives. They don't give a fuck if a bunch of immigrants get imported, with your tax money. They don't give a fuck if your government starts restricting, what teachers can and can't teach. And they don't give a fuck about most things. Most people are completely disinterested politically, so long as, I had a professor, or not a professor, it was for my AP history class, and like we called him the shadow speaker. It's a long story. I'm not going to get into it, but because he was like because there was an article written about him in the 90s, because he's in the Virginia like House of Representatives, and they called him the shadow speaker because he was the guy pulling the strings from the behind, right? And the first day of class, he pulled out his wallet and he said, "This is the number one rule of politics," and put it on the table. It's like, this is how people fucking vote. And I think it still rings true. Like when people can buy a home, and when people can afford their groceries, and when people can invest in a, I guess whatever you might call reasonable, because it's not reasonable because the government's stealing some of it, but some level of reasonable retirement, right? People don't care about any of this shit. And so what's happened is we're in this like boiling point, because the boomers have used socialism to prop their generation up into a wealth class that is essentially a different class than those of the following generations. Gen X kind of snuck in there a little bit, but we look in America, for example, only 12% of Americans at the age of 30 are married and own a home. In the 1950s, this number was like 70%. And of that 12%, a lot of that are females who are dating older men. They are people that have, and they are people that are already wealthy, right? Like there are people that got help from their parents and co-signers. So when you were talking about 2 30-year-olds that are working together and married and work, a normal, regular middle-class life, the percentage of people that also own a home in that category is essentially zero. Like home ownership is a dead dream that only exists for the wealthy in our country. And so like when you get to that point, all of the rules change about political parties. I'm starting, like Trump is kind of like a big red flag in that domain, right? But I'm seeing like JD Vance being compared to Gavin Newsom, right? He's the governor of California. And you're seeing left-wing people talk about Gavin Newsom's aura and talk about how Gavin Newsom has a white wife and a white family, unlike JD Vance that has a bunch of Indians, right? And you're like,
it's a total right-wing cultural victory, by the way.
Right, but at the same time, is it a right-wing cultural victory, or is it just that like everything is becoming muddled as politicians who are natural-born liars and charlatans and thieves are just trying to capture whatever? Because Keir Starmer came out a couple months ago, right, and said that, had stated in a speech that the experiment of mass migration into England had failed. And you're like, hey, That's Nigel Farage talking point, not yours. What is happening, right? And meanwhile, he's still pushing the NHS. He's still pushing all of the policies that have made this bad. Listen, we're going to disagree vehemently on the open borders, closed borders policy. It's the only fucking thing I think we legitimately disagree on. I am Hoppian on this. I get that. I don't want to make this about that. But we both agree that this is forced integration, right? This is benefits. This is money. This is stealing from taxpayers, making it illegal to discriminate against them. And in your country, speech-wise, right? And it is a police force that we saw in Rotherham that happened in so many small towns in the UK where they are letting them just rape girls and get away with it. Like we are, like it's governments lying about the data to cover up the crimes of mass migration over and over and over again. And it is insane to watch the left try and like culture-wise say the things to get young, impressionable men to vote for all of the policies that cause the thing that they're saying they're against. It's insane. It's so chaotic. I don't know what's going to happen to your country, man, but like, you got to get over here. You got to fucking finish your degree and get your ass over here, man. We need you.
Yeah, I mean that is definitely the plan. I don't want to be in the UK for very long. I want to live in America, but it's very difficult to actually be able to immigrate into the United States. Of course, Trump made it real easy to immigrate into the United States. It's real open these days, real open and honest, and I can just get in, no problem, no issues. But this is hopefully, there will be. I don't even know what to hope for anymore. There was a great opportunity when we had Brexit happening.
Right.
There was a great opportunity to make the UK the Singapore of Europe. Effectively, that was the idea. That was the goal. Is we're going to get rid of all of these EU regulations. So it's like, hey, how about we get rid of all of the UK ones as well? And if we had done that, I think the UK would be just unbelievably more wealthy now if they just adopted the Singapore model. And this is kind of like one of the things I always say regarding immigration, and Hoppe says this himself. To whatever extent you have like restrictionist trade policies, you're going to increase the incentive to immigrate because you can't do trade over the seas. So you've got to immigrate there if you want to get involved in that wealth, right? So get rid of all the restrictionist trade policies, get rid of all of the regulations on business and everything like that, and the UK would have been just unbelievably wealthy. But instead, we're kind of going down. Have you seen that movie, Children of Men?
I don't know that I have.
It's set in Britain in like 2032 or some shit, and like the premise is basically that nobody is able to have children anymore. Everybody's infertile, and it's like it just
we're getting close.
Like,
I mean, socialism is the biggest cause of our birth rates, but it's not like the microplastics are doing us any favors.
It's like the opening shot is like on London, and there's like tuk-tuks driving down, and like it's like the multicultural crazy town where it's like super overpopulated with everybody in the fucking world seemingly came to fucking London, and it's like we're kind of approaching that these days. Like I've been to London a few times, and
it's crazy how much socialism has regulated. One of the things that people don't talk about when they talk about, there's this thing that I've noticed, right? We see it with Israel and Gaza. We've seen it in other places, right? Where dominant leftist narratives that agree with libertarianism in some capacity get adopted by libertarians, right? So we see this with the Israel-Palestine situation, where everyone is Scott Horton and all of his underlings are just kind of regurgitating leftist talking points about Palestine, free Palestine, all this other shit. It's like, fuck Palestine, fuck
From the
Israel.
river to the sea.
Right. And it's like there's no discussion of actual property rights, or maybe we should have an international court come in and determine property deeds so we can reduce the problems of the Nakba, or talking about the ideology of Islam being the most antithetical thing to libertarianism there is. Like being a Muslim, you cannot be a Muslim and be a libertarian. I'm sorry, it's not possible. It's possible to be a Christian and be a libertarian. While I disagree with Christians, we both do, right? I think they're wrong. You can be a Christian anarchist. You cannot be a Christian Muslim without just picking apart your religion to an insane degree and essentially being a Muslim on aesthetics only, right? And so, but what we don't,
because they have a specific legal theory, right? They have the Sharia law, right?
It's part of their religion, right? Like it's about conquest. It's like it's a demand. It's a demand to lie, right? They have a demand to lie in order to push Islam. They have apostasy as a crime, a legal crime in their religion. Is if you leave the religion, we kill you, right? Like there's so much wrong. There's like legal opinions under Sharia law of women's testimony in court is only legally to be considered half that of a man's, which might not have been a bad idea on that one. I don't know. I'm 50-50 on that one, boys. But wink, wink, nudge, nudge. But I see this, and I see this with economics and immigration as well. And what I mean by that is we all love talking about the U.S. petrodollar. We all love talking about wars in the Middle East being used to prop up the U.S. dollar as a currency, right? We love talking about, and then we talk about shipping jobs overseas. And there's this weird thing that nobody wants to talk about that is especially important in the UK that libertarians don't discuss at all, which is, okay, well, why did so much manufacturing leave the UK? Why was it shipped overseas? Why was it cheaper? One of the things that I see is people will brag about how since 1997, the UK's carbon emissions have gone down to an extreme degree. But when you calculate the carbon emissions of the products made in China that are then imported to the UK, oh, lo and behold, the per capita carbon emissions have gone up in the UK. They haven't gone down. So one of the many causal things that libertarians just ignore because they're not a part of the large leftist narrative voice is that socialism and regulation has pushed manufacturing out of America and out of the UK and out of a lot of these countries to China because, ironically, in many ways, China's more capitalistic than us. They don't follow bullshit IP and they don't regulate the fuck out of their industries for bullshit safety standards or bullshit environmental concerns or, bullshit workers' rights,
special
etc.
economic zones are concerned, right? Because they do have those special economic zones where, Hong Kong currently under the control of China, obviously. But you can go there and you can start up a business like John Stossel's done this. Start up a business in like fucking 20 minutes and now you've got a business. Like you just can't do that in the US or the UK. Like, it's not possible.
No, it's completely implausible. And the other thing too is that businesses, how do new businesses get made? New businesses get made not because old wealthy corporations decide to create a new business. They get made because young men want to get pussy. That's the truth. That's the driving economic force of all of human progress, is that young men want to get some pussy. And so what do? They engage in resource accumulation. They fucking sit down at a desk like a weirdo and come up with some new idea. And then maybe they go and they get more resources from a bank or some other thing, right? And then they put their business into action, into the world, and then they become like wealthy enough to be able to support a family and to be able to get into the sexual marketplace and say, I have all of these wonderful things. You should come in this home and this business I've built because my next step is a family and I need a woman for that. And I need woman for pussy, right? That's like, I'm being a little bit absurd here, but that's basically human history, right? Like that's why we build shit. And what socialism has done in our countries is that we have said, okay, 60% of your paycheck we're going to take away from you. Don't worry, we're putting it in Social Security, or we're putting it in the NHS, we're putting it in something like or putting it somewhere else. Now it's not 60% directly, right? Many people look at their paycheck and they go, well, actually they're only taking like 30% of my paycheck. And it's like, okay, but Social Security and Medicare is 7.1% of your paycheck. What you don't realize is that your employer is paying payroll taxes at 7.1%. That's money you would be paid, but the business has to pay it to the government instead of paying it to you. Oh, you don't look at what happens when money printer go burr and inflation occurs. That's devaluing your currency. That's the same as taking money out of your paycheck. You do this over and over and over again, and what we have is young men can't create businesses. So they play video games, they fuck off, they check out of the dating market, and what happens is manufacturing, one of many things, goes overseas where slaves can make the shit. But it's like, yeah, is it difficult to compete with slave labor overseas? Yeah, it is in some ways. I'd say it's less efficient, but it's more efficient than our socialism that we've adopted over here, where we steal all of the wealth from young men and we funnel it to single moms and we funnel it to immigrants and we funnel it to fucking, large corporations because of the Cantillon effect. And then what we're left with is a few corporations that make things, but predominantly all of our money ends up going overseas. And libertarians don't talk about this. We don't talk about this because we have this weird habit of following trends. And the trend is, where can I ally with leftist narratives that are popular throughout our culture? And then I'll talk about those things because I get more views and more likes and more clicks and more clout and more interview appearances because I'm talking about the thing with my own libertarian perspective. And I think it's been one of the worst things that has happened to libertarians is that we don't talk about the things that aren't dominant narratives. That's one of the reasons why I appreciate you. Sorry, rant over.
Thank you. Yeah, I think there definitely is a space to, Springtime of Nations talks about this in their Libertarian Leninism series, where, you take some sort of issue of the day, whether it be like Black Lives Matter and like, defunding the police or like whatever it is, and you just kind of insert yourself into that movement and say, no, this is a libertarian movement now. You're along for our boat, right? I think that is very good. They are correct that like that shouldn't be all that happens. We shouldn't allow the left to basically be in the driver's seat of what is an issue. At a certain point, you have to be able to come in. I mean, I did the same thing with Stop Killing Games. It was an already very popular movement. I was kind of like inserting myself in. It's like, this is actually a libertarian issue, and you guys are along for my ride. Which is it's a very effective type of tactic. But like definitely, you need to have also some amount of, hey, this is an issue that nobody's talking about yet. Here's why you need to care about this issue. And and then it's the libertarians creating the issue around this, which is it's very good. And this is something you see a lot, like like Waco, basically the whole disaster in Waco, that was all exacerbated by libertarians, like Ross Ulbricht, right? Everybody thought that Ross Ulbricht should have gone into jail except for the libertarians. They came in and they made it a libertarian issue, and then the Bitcoin community obviously came in later, and they just have to adopt the libertarian talking points on this because the libertarians were the ones who really were pushing the free Ross movement, and this is a very it's very important to do that as well.
I agree. I think there's a double issue here. You're not wrong with the Waco and the Ross Ulbricht situation. That like those are definitely libertarians creating that. But even if I accept the framework, which I think you're right? We should attach ourselves to popular movements and make them libertarian issues. My biggest problem, however, though, I guess what I was trying to point out is that I noticed that so many libertarians fail to make it a libertarian issue. And what they do instead is they just like a cafeteria religion kind of analogy from Christopher Hitchens, right? They pick apart the pieces that are the leftist narrative and then they run with that. And there's no libertarian messaging in it. Like and the reason I bring up Israel Palestine, when have you ever heard Dave Smith or oh my God, I literally just said his name a minute
Scott
ago.
Horton.
Scott Horton, or any of these people, right, that are presumably libertarians, talk about private property rights in this entire thing. They'll bring up the Nakba, but then they won't talk about private property rights. Like I just want one fucking clip of Dave Smith, not just mentioning it as a thing, but actually being like, hey, the Nakba was evil in a certain regard. I understand it was a response to, war. That's one thing they always fail to mention, right? Like they it's like they're attaching themselves to whichever portion is more on their side. In this arena, it's the left, right? And they don't bring up any good talking points from the other side and make it a libertarian issue, right? Because if I was talking about Israel Palestine, if I was in Dave Smith's position, right, I would say like, well, yeah, the Nakba was fucking horrible and evil, but we also have to recognize that there were a lot of fucking terrorists, and that the Nakba didn't happen until 18 months after them being beset by war from Muslim nations that wanted to wipe them off the face of the earth. This was an extreme overreaction to war, right? They were like, it was a collectivist mindset. It's like, what we need to do is we need to have a court go through property deeds, and then we need to have your day in court that says, was your ancestor who owned this land, or potentially maybe they're still alive, they're really old, do we have evidence that they were a terrorist? Were they in a terrorist organization? Because terrorists lose their property rights. Okay, they weren't. There's no evidence whatsoever. Then obviously their deed to their home supersedes the person that's currently living on their stolen property. Now, I get that's kind of autistic. I get that's kind of but like, why is that not? And then go into all the other shit, right? But like, at least sprinkle some fucking libertarianism in there. Instead, what we're getting is just leftist narratives. And I think the same thing is happening when it comes to the socialist view, the kind of fascistic view of manufacturing and tariffs and things like that. Plenty of libertarians are great on saying tariffs are bad, but nobody is talking about how socialism has destroyed manufacturing in our nations and why we need to get rid of that. And that's one of the major reasons why we don't produce anything, is that it's not just, cheap labor in China. Part of it is the socialism and the regulations that don't exist in China that do exist here that make it more, more difficult. And then, of course, the other thing I brought up, which is capital accumulation.
Yeah, it's like Michael Rechtenwald, who was the Mises Caucus preferred candidate for LP presidency.
I don't know why. What the fuck?
Yeah, I've actually got a whole section on the whole drama around why he ended up getting the job.
Because Michael Heiss is a fucking charlatan and a thief.
Indeed. But Rechtenwald, he tried to start a new party called the Anti-Zionist America Party, and he's got this whole statement of principles he posted on Twitter and everything, and sorry, I've completely forgotten what I was trying to get at. What were you saying before?
We're just talking about the way narratives are kind of like latched to left wing or right wing narratives. We're not making our own libertarian narratives. Offshoring jobs is also a part of the resource accumulation of welfare.
Yes,
okay.
I remember what it was. It was basically one of the things he said. It was he wanted to be using antitrust laws to break up tech monopolies, he called them, to stop them from controlling speech. And it's
very libertarian, yeah.
Yeah, this is the complete opposite of. So I have basically in the video, I'm basically asserting hey, this guy was a career leftist all the way up until the left tried to cancel him. And then at breakneck speed, suddenly he's a Misesian. It's like somebody like that's a huge red flag. You should treat that person with suspicion. And I basically use his new Anti-Zionist America Party platform to go look, I'm clearly correct about this. He has gone right back to the socialism after the dust has settled. You really shouldn't be trusting these people just because they say, some libertarian sounding things every now and then. You've really got to be suspicious of leftists. They lie on a matter of principle. That is part of the program, is to lie to people. So you can't trust these types, Yeah,
it reminds me of Nala Ray. Are you aware of the OnlyFans girl Nala Ray?
I'm not, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, yeah, I would say fortunately. All right, I'm less of a degenerate, right? So she was a top creator on OnlyFans. She kind of self-branded herself as the Ahego queen, right? Like that, tongue out, eyes crossed, because you're just so fucking dick dumb and happy to get cum all over you that you just become a retarded submissive female
I
that came
always
from
thought it
hentai.
was. I also always thought it was supposed to be like signifying like an orgasm.
Yeah, that's what I
like,
mean
I
by
thought that was
dick dumb. You know what I mean? Like just brain shutting off from the pleasure of
Yeah.
sex kind of thing. And then she went on the Whatever podcast, prominent red pill podcast for those that somehow don't know. And she, she sold herself as, like as this, this complete degenerate. And she said that, her favorite thing to do was to try and break up marriages by having sex with married men. She would target them specifically, and just a horrible, degenerate, immoral piece of shit that isn't technically violating the map. Right?
Yeah, I think I might have seen this lady on the Whatever podcast before. I've just looked up.
Yeah.
picture,
And
so,
then
yeah.
and then she disappears for like 2 months, and she comes back and she's like, "I'm a Christian now. I'm a born again Christian. I am the greatest. I've found Jesus. I'm great. I'm getting married soon. Who knows? Anyways, buy my Bible courses and buy my, check out my cooking videos where I have a brand new roller and it still has the sticker on it, and I'm doing this like, ooh, like right, and like while she's like she's just being a whore e-girl with a Christian aesthetic. And half of the Christians in like the debate space, punditry or whatever were like, well, Jesus saves. All right. How dare you? Like not Matt Walsh, but the other guy, Michael, whatever his name is, did a whole sit down interview with him. He was like, you Christians that are attacking this girl and calling her a whore, how dare you? And it's like, if someone was a whore 2 months ago, like the worst of the worst, a slattern, a harlot, a creature of the night, a night walker, whatever fucking term you want to use, boys. And then 2 months later, Michael Knowles, thank you. And then 2 months later, she's doing the circuit about Christianity, getting a bunch of shit wrong because she has no idea what the fuck she's talking about. And like debating with people about like her virtue and about how like she in grace and like and all these other things. Nobody is saying, at least from the Christian perspective, Jesus can't save. I'll say it, but they're not saying it. What they're saying is I don't believe you. You should not be trusted. You should not come into this space and then try and garner money and merch sales from young men that are going to follow you down this path of like fucking subtle whoredom. Like we don't trust, like you, like, but then there's another person, Kat Von D. Kat Von D was a bit of a degenerate, famous tattoo artist. She was on like the Ink shows or whatever. She's become Orthodox. And what she's done is like every now and then she posts pictures of herself fully clothed with like a veil on going into an Orthodox church being like, I don't know if my opinions are right or wrong. I'm on a journey. I just want to update you guys on my journey. I've been doing this. I'm trying to get right with God. Those are two totally different reactions. And like, we have to be very careful as libertarians and that like to not pick Nala, to pick Kat Von D, right? Like Rechtenwald did no mea culpa. He lied about donating to Hillary Clinton multiple times. He dismissed everybody when they were like, hey man, why is your name on this DARPA research? Oh, I've never fucking done anything with that. I was just in the lab. They put my name on shit or something, whatever. Why are you even bringing that up? I'm a libertarian through and through. And it's like, no, you have to be willing to distrust people. And this is one of the things I do love about objectivists and libertarians. It's a love-hate relationship, is that they do indeed gatekeep. But we have to be better about it. We still have to be better about it. We're still not hard enough.
Yeah, and it's like, specifically Angela McArdle, I want to call out on this. Because she, I've watched many, many hours of various Mises Caucus personalities throughout the past few months. Many, many hours of live streams and everything. And Angela McArdle is very, very willing. The loser
money launder
brigade types. Well, I'm not making that specific allegation, because she'll sue me if I make it.
Neither am I. I thought maybe that's what you were thinking about. I don't know.
But so yeah, like she's very willing to say that there's federal agents amongst the loser brigade, like the kind of Prague caucus, right?
Mm-hmm.
She's very willing to say that. But the second it comes to Michael Rechtenwald, all of her suspicions suddenly just melt away. And it's like, I just kind of, one thing I like to do with these types of people is I like to say, because they recognize that they made a huge mistake with their endorsement of Trump and their endorsement of Rectenwald and all of these things. Like Rectenwald has since come out and called Dave Smith controlled opposition, and he's controlled by the Jews and everything. It's very funny stuff. So like I just like to highlight, and I highlight this to Jacob Winograd a lot. It's like, okay, there are specific reasons why you got this wrong. There are specific causes for this that I was calling out all along. And you really need to go back and you need to check your premises. Figure out why it was that your predictions were so horrendously off and why all of, my people were so correct on everything. Really, these people should just be honest, and they should really carefully think about why that might be. Why was I right? Why was Liquid Zulu right? And why was Dave Smith wrong? That's just all I ask,
Well, it's similar. There was this Mises Caucus kind of feeling in the LP, right? Which was, or like narrative, which was, oh, well, the Prags are all just failed lefty DC politicians. And it was like, that could never be true of us because reasons. What reasons? And it's like, because like, so for example, I remember when, the Mises Caucus was on the rise, and I was supporting the Mises Caucus because I wanted to get rid of the Prags, right? I was excited. And then I saw this Ukraine-Russia protest that they were that they were going to do in DC, and they were going to mix with communists. They had Jackson Hinkle as a speaker. And I called it, I was, huh?
I believe Scott Ritter as well.
Yes.
Convicted child predator.
And that's what I said. I went on to Twitter and I was like, first I was like, why are we aligning with communists? Our history has shown every time that we do this, it backfires, right? Like you have like every time it's like Tucker was pushed out. Proudhon's understudy in the Paris Accords was pushed out, right? Like every time that we align with communists, they shoot us in the fucking back. Like, I understand you want a united front to stop war, but we want to stop this war because we don't want, corporate business CIA interests involved in, gobbling up contracts and black and vetch and all this other shit. But the left doesn't want this war. The communists and tankies don't want this war because they support Russia. We fucking don't. Like, we don't need to mix these narratives. This is a bad idea. And then when they stood behind Scott Ritter, I was like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? Why do you have a convicted? He wasn't a convicted. He was convicted from like an agent had called him and solicited like things with him, pretending to be underage, right? So he was cheating on his wife, trying to hook up with a 16-year-old girl, at least in his mind, right? There was no actual 16-year-old girl, just to be precise, right? And I was like, this is a fucking problem. So I go on. So I had Clint Russell on my program before I went in on this. And then he invited me on his program. And I go there, and then he ambushes me about this take. And I was like, yeah, I'm right. And then I explained it. And then his audience agreed with me. And then, like, we had a great conversation. And then, like, a week, like a couple, like a little while after that, he goes cold. No DMs. I can't get in contact with him. I'm like, but whatever. He's a busy guy. And then I give him like the mildest critique on his discussion of Israel-Palestine. And he's blocked me and he hates me. And like, I've heard from other people that it's more than just blocking me on Twitter. And it's like, there is an establishment of like podcasters and like people in the libertarian space that are genuine dishonest actors and I think it's because they feel like crabs in the bucket. They feel like there's this niche space for libertarians. And so they have to like try and gatekeep and stop anybody else, not because they're not libertarian, as they go more and more paleo-lib and farther away from libertarian principles they once held, but because they don't want competition. And I see, as much as I have a little bit more respect for Dave Smith, I see it when he's like, who's Liquid Zulu? He's a nobody. I'm not debating him on this. It's like, no, you're gatekeeping because you know that he knows you're going to expose him for having trash as fuck arguments when it comes to open borders. I'll debate you any day on open borders. I've said it before. I'll say it again. But But that doesn't stop me from recognizing that Dave Smith has horrible arguments, and he's doing everything he can to protect his clout and push down anybody that might be more libertarian than the current podcasters at the top. And it's pathetic, it's sad, it's disgusting, and it's just the reality of the situation.
And like ultimately, you know, I've just pulled up Clint's channel here because I've got a plugin that lets me see views from the past month, and I can confirm that I get more views than this guy. This guy who Dave Smith was on stage with, laughing about like, oh, there's some people I would never debate because they're so irrelevant. Liquid Zulu's one of them. Like, you know, I live rent free in Dave Smith's mind. I'm completely convinced of this at this point. Even though, like, you know,
is this a channel meme that you have? Everyone keeps going, who's this Dave Smith guy? Is this like a meme you have in your channel?
I mean, perhaps. Because I mean, like, fucking, you know, every time Dave Smith brings up me, he organically brings me up constantly, and he's always like, "This guy is completely worthless. I would never debate him. He's so stupid, and he's not even worth my time." And it's like, okay, just on every level, it doesn't make sense because Dave Smith, first of all, has terrible fucking arguments. He doesn't actually understand libertarianism. I've got a whole section in my upcoming video titled "Dave Smith Failed Libertarianism."
He's forgotten. I'm going to be a little bit more. I love to burn bridges. He has forgotten arguments and theory that he once knew, and I have a hard time buying that. Like, he used to talk about Mencken. He used to talk about Hoppe. He used to quote Hoppe's arguments. And then as he's gotten more popular, he has magically forgotten arguments that are strict libertarian arguments in favor of populist right-wing arguments with a liberty bend to them. I don't trust that.
Yeah, 'cause, I mean, like the big thesis of the video, which I build up to, is that he's just fundamentally a grifter. These people are just fundamentally grifters, and I mean that in like, you know, the truest sense of the word, is that they aren't actually advocating for libertarianism. I've got an entire section in the video again where I take Dave Smith's standard of what a libertarian is, because he went on Reason podcast, just asking questions. He was the first episode, and it was titled "What is Libertarianism?" And he was asked what a libertarian is, and I use his standard for what a libertarian is and contrast it with a later clip from him where he rejects those things that he says you have to accept to be a libertarian. So it's like, okay, you know, the video ends off with, Dave Smith is not a libertarian, not by my standard, but by Dave Smith's standard.
Right.
Dave Smith says that Dave Smith is not a libertarian.
What was his definition? I'm just curious.
I can pull up the exact thing here.
You can paraphrase if it takes too long.
I mean, I basically narrow it down to just the non-aggression principle. He said something like, "Oh, you need to believe in the non-aggression principle, private property rights, and trade." And you know, like any like fucking baby libertarian, he doesn't understand how to get.
It doesn't understand that all of those things come from the non-aggression principle, and therefore they're unnecessary distinctions.
Yeah. He adds all the caveats like, oh, they're against like force, they're against fraud, they're against blah blah. You know, he does that bullshit, but I like narrow it down to basically the NEP, and then I say, okay, and then here's Dave Smith saying, so as basically the standard is that you have to have a philosophical adherence to the NEP. That is that in some question of law, your starting point is the NEP. That is your beginning premise. And then I have another clip from Dave Smith where he's saying, well, if the NEP would contradict with this conclusion I want to get to, then I would reject libertarianism.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, boom, okay, so his starting point is literally just not the NEP. He just happens, so far he has happened to come to the NEP when he's trying to work back from his conclusions. But he's not starting from the NEP, so he's not a libertarian.
Yeah, I mean, Dave Smith, you know, I also have to give credit where credit is due. I mean, he has pushed libertine ideology to a lot of famous people and a lot of comedians and podcasters and things. And, you know, that's a start, right? But I worry the more I engage in this game, this form of entertainment, right? The more I kind of come back to a conversation we had years ago where the question was, you know, what is better? is it better to have a big tent, broad thing so that we can filter out philosophers from that small domain deeper down the rabbit hole, right? Is it better to have somebody like Dave Smith that introduces people to libertarianism so they find Mentis Wave, and then they find you or me or somebody, you know what I mean? Like is that better? Or is it better to just not have people muddying the waters at the top? And the longer I do this, the more I realize that it's just better to not have people muddying the waters at the top. And to be honest, that's, I will be, I try to be as honest as I can about my motivations and my actions. It's one of the reasons I took on the moniker of Anarcho-Objectivist, is to differentiate myself from the non-theorists, to differentiate myself from the people that go, I'm libertarian. I'm kind of at a point now where I kind of agree with what, because I had a conversation with Michael Leibowitz off camera about this, where he was like, what the fuck is a libertarian? The definition is nonsense. And I'm like, no, it's one that adheres to the NAP. But I'm almost at this point where I'm like, yeah, you guys can have that term. I'm almost at that. I'm not quite there, but I'm almost at the term where there's so many people saying such contradictory nonsense to both libertarianism and to their own words that I'm almost willing to just be like, nope, I'm an anarcho-objectivist. We're different. We're better than you. You guys go have that thing. How do you feel about the reclamation or the purity of the word libertarian? Because I feel like we're losing that fight even as we gain prominence. We're losing the fight over that word.
I mean, that is possible because the pragmatists, they have been very successful in generating fiat libertarians. That is libertarians in name only. They've been very, very successful at doing this. Anybody and their fucking mother can be a goddamn libertarian these days, it seems like. But there is definitely, I mean, the term doesn't necessarily matter that much. I've been told by people who I trust very deeply, who have been to objectivist conferences, that the majority of young objectivists are at least aware of my work these days, which is, that's a very positive direction to be going in.
Yeah, that's a big win.
And like, that's why, I generally don't use the term anarcho-objectivist very much. I normally just say that I am an objectivist, and I believe that that entails anarcho-capitalism. But I have absolutely no problem with anybody calling themselves an anarcho-objectivist. That kind of came out of people in my community decided to start calling themselves that, and fine enough. It is very clearly different to the orthodox objectivism, you might say. It's a very different type of way of looking at it.
If you defeat all the Randroids, I'll take on the term. You know what I mean? Like, but for now, I want to differentiate myself from both.
Yeah, and that's completely fair. And like, I think people like to black pill a lot. I'm really not a black pillar when it comes to these things. I think these ideas, their time has come. Like and it can change. People underestimate just how quickly political ideologies can change. Like it can change like that. It could be 10 years down the line, we're having a president talking about objectivism being great. It can really change that.
Who would have saw Malay? No one saw that coming 10 years ago.
Yeah.
It was literally impossible to see that a socialist country that is doubling down on socialism would elect, I know Hoppe and a few other people are like, he's not a real ANCAP, but piss off. Just piss off with that take. Oh, I'm sorry the guy with a coalition government didn't abolish the state, all right? Like, he's done a lot of wonderful things, and most of his talks are very, very ANCAP, both at the UN. I mean, he went to the fucking UN and shit on them for being illiberal and not devoted towards liberalism. I mean, like just fuck off, right? But who would have seen that? So, I mean, I agree with you. Like who knows what the fuck happens in 10 years?
And it was so fast. Like, because this came from, 60 odd years ago. It was a dozen people in Murray Rothbard's living room. Now, the president of Argentina is talking about anarcho-capitalism. Like, it really happens way faster than people realize. Because this is how, because it's all dependent on the philosophy, and sometimes, the philosophy of the day right now is some vague Kantian garbage. In the US, it's mostly like pragmatists. And it's just vague nonsense, and nobody is able to get to truth And in fact, there was a private lecture that James Elias in Ductica was giving the other day to me and some other people, and he was talking about how basically, like, because philosophy has been so destroyed because of Kant, that people end up kind of just tending towards faith and dogmatism
Mm.
because they have these values and they understand implicitly that their values are important, but they can't defend them philosophically. So they
Mhm.
just have to have dogmatic adherence to those values, and they'll just flail around and reach out for anybody who can secure those values. And that's why you get people like Trump coming about.
Mhm.
But that is a signal that, like, this really can't go on forever. There
Mhm.
needs to be a new philosophy coming about, and what will that new philosophy be? It's either going to come from a new Plato or a new Aristotle. We already had the new Aristotle in Ayn Rand, so you'd have to have a hell of a fucking Plato to follow up Ayn Rand. You really would
Mm.
have to have Plato
Yeah.
number 2.
So you're saying, I mean, one of
Or number
the
3,
things,
rather.
yeah, one of the things that people talk about is like when you're trying to defend our ideology is this. They're like, oh well, fuck, I lost it because I was thinking about Plato and Aristotle and my brain went somewhere else. I apologize. I want to touch on something else you said because it reminded me of this piece of work, which is, have you ever read Franz Kafka's letter to his father?
I have not, no.
It's like only a couple pages, right? And it's like more like a diary thing, right? Where he's just working through his trauma. And there's this section in it that popped out to me even when I was, philosophically illiterate. Which was, he talks to his father because his father is like not a quintessential evil father, right? He's not like this super physically abusive guy or anything, but he was like a totalitarian in the home. And I don't know, I think Franz Kafka might have been a little gay boy or something. It's hard to tell. But nevertheless, he talks about how his father was a Jew that grew up in synagogue. And then his father never took him to synagogue, but he demanded that he have all of these beliefs and traditions in the home. And he talks about how, like, well, how was I ever supposed to have these and maintain these? Like, you demanded that I have these values, you demanded that I have these behaviors, but you never gave me any structure of where these values and behaviors come from. Right? You just kind of you just passed on the values and the behaviors without the thing that undergirds them. And I see that a lot in what you're talking about and in our culture today, right? I mean, it's very kind of like Nietzsche's, like, God is dead declaration, right? Where like we're all kind of on the corpse of a dead God and like nobody realizes that God's dead yet. Like, I'm too early, right? Where, yeah, there's all of these people that have taken this like garbled up Kantianism in like 20 different ways, and they just kind of have these beliefs, but they don't understand where these beliefs come from, and they have no ability to defend these beliefs. So they just have all these values on faith, and that's doomed to failure, right? Oh, I remember what I was going to say now, which is, people ask me, oh, well, this has never happened. How do you know this will work? This goes against human nature. And, what is your argument? And I say it's inevitable. I think anarcho-capitalism is inevitable. I'm going to go ahead and take the Marxist view, right? That is like, socialism, replace that with anarcho-capitalism. Is just the movement of history through time. You know what I mean? Like, it's inevitable. And the reason I say it's inevitable is because tyranny comes at a cost, whether it be financial, social, whatever. It comes at a cost. And eventually, if we run this game enough, it will have to compete with systems of ethics that have less of a cost, that are more efficient. And so I wonder, like, do you kind of feel that same way about it philosophically? That like eventually we kind of have to get there if the human species is to survive, if we run the game long enough, because it's the one that mirrors reality. It's the one that mirrors truth. And therefore that's the only one that can win in the inevitable game.
Yeah, I mean, that much is definitely true. And it's related to a thesis I've had kind of bouncing around my head for a little bit now, which is that just on the level of burden of proof, the burden of proof is on the person who's trying to violate rights. I think there is something to that thesis. I haven't exactly worked it out completely, but I think there is a burden of proof where I'm saying like, hey, Fabian, I get to use your body for what I want. I want to use your body for mining coal right now. That there's a burden, like, hold on, prove to me that you should be allowed to do that. But I will just say, I'm just gonna nip to the loo real quick. I don't know how much further we want to continue this, but yeah, I'll see you in a second.
Yeah, sure. Nip to the loo. That's an interesting way of putting it. Yeah, the burden of proof. I don't want to talk a bunch about it, while he's not here. How are you guys feeling so far? I'm looking at both chats, by the way. I mean, I'm paying less attention to Zulus, but all this shit comes from the cosmos, all of it? What? No, I don't buy inevitableness. Mutually assured destruction is just as likely. Well, yeah, I put the caveat if the human race is to survive. Right, like I agree, mutually assured destruction is also a possibility. But if the human race continues to move forward in time, I think eventually we reach that state. Is it 100 years? Is it 50 years? Is it 2,000 years? I don't know. Fabian, Zulu trapped me in this chat. How fucking dare you, you traitor. You traitor. I think inevitable negates human free will, but I'd lean towards statistically likely. Yeah, I mean, I'd say it's inevitable in the sense that I have faith that people will choose to, like, if we go back to the theory of human action, right, where people are acting according to their values, and we have a governmental or economic system that intentionally moves resources away from their most valued ends towards less valued ends, then my argument would be eventually a system that allows people to live comfortably, but allows people to act on their values more accurately or more efficiently will eventually win out. So it's less about a statistical likelihood. The reason I think it's inevitable is because our ideology is the system that allows people to act out their values the most. And so any other system is by its very nature imposing some form of order or control against people's values. Does that make sense, or am I just riffing it? Considering that it's not inevitable, when are we going to be doing vape reviews? Dude, I'm not doing vape reviews, all right? Like, fucking, I used to be a hardcore vapor, all right? Like, I used to like make the Clapton coils and everything. Now I'm just addicted to nicotine. That's it. Addicted to nicotine and the fucking oral fixation. Like, I don't really care that much. And there's like a new one out like every 6 months because they have to get around government regulations, so they have to make a new product. It's fucking, like, it's a constant battle. I don't know, Scott, that sounds like evolutionary capitalism. You go to Zulu's chat with that shit. You leave my chat now, all right? Zulu's chat's more active anyways. You fucking leave and you go to the other chat. Please don't invoke that name. Facts. Zulu said no vape reviews. Now you said no vape reviews. We need an ANCAP vape reviewer. That sounds like a job for me. Yeah, dude, that's the beauty of capitalism, right? Is that the opportunity is there for you, Nylon. I'm assuming it's Nylon, not Nil Vaughn. You know, just fucking make an ANCAP fucking just make a vape review channel where you occasionally go into rants about how the last one was fucking better, but this goddamn fucking law made it so that you can't fucking have the vape that I liked better. Just fucking socialism ruins everything. Anyways, I do think that the triple berry flavor is a bit of a misnomer, being that two of the flavors are real berries and the other one is blue raspberry, which isn't a real flavor. It's made in factories. It's an artificial flavor. But nevertheless, the undertones of the sweet taste really leaves just like random enraged anti-socialist rants in the middle of your vape review. Like I'd watch that. I'd watch that for the comedy of it. Anglo-libertarian cornered cigars. Yeah, Zulu is quote unquote nipping it in the loo. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry about that. I just really had to piss.
No, I feel like we were kind of reaching the end of the discussion anyways, unless there's some, do you have anything for me? Like I was like, hey, I have these questions and these concerns, or any advice for talking to Michael Leibowitz tomorrow. Either would be great. Questions or advice.
I mean, I think Michael's a very honest guy. He is obviously an objectivist. He doesn't believe in anarchy. Yeah, but like he is he's a very good person, I think. I think if if you're interacting with him, he is willing to listen to these, more out there ideas about anarchy and everything. Like he is very open to that. And like, he says when he was in prison, he was actually, he read some books from Fee, and he contacted them and they sent him a bunch of books.
Economic or whatever fucking thing it's called.
Foundation for Economic Education, which
that's it. Yeah.
I've had, yeah, which he is very much interested in this type of thing. So yeah, in fact, there was this video kind of trashing him, and Jim Valiant, and I just wrote that video off, because of how they were, treating Michael. Like it was treating him as just like, this guy's just a fucking murderer. He's bad. He's terrible. It's like, no, I think Michael Leibowitz is like a genuine example of somebody who did have this actual redemption arc. And it wasn't, he wasn't this terrible person. Then suddenly he wasn't this professional leftist. And then suddenly when the left tried to cancel him, he went away from it. He just wasn't philosophically literate at all. And then he slowly over years, he kind of built up this philosophical literacy, and he came to, understand objectivism. So I think that's a positive example of somebody who we should be kind of encouraging to be part of our movement.
Yeah, I one of the things that I think makes me immune to this is that I used to be a communist as a teenager, right? Now, granted, teenager me at 18 would be 17 years ago, right? But I know how I came to libertarianism, right? I had life experiences and things that drove me towards communism. I read those things. I instantiated those values as much as one can instantiate contradictory values. And then, life happened. I changed. I grew. I didn't become an ANCAP the next fucking day. You know what I mean? Like I became more of like, I'm a democratic socialist. And then I was like, oh, the government really does fuck up some things. Maybe I don't agree with giving, if I'm against the state, maybe, Maoism wasn't correct. Marxist-Leninist Maoism wasn't correct in their approximation that you need to cull all of the fucking, reactionaries. Maybe it's just that the government isn't the best way to handle this. And we need some transition away, like giving the government power in every aspect doesn't seem to be working. And then Gamergate happened. I was like, okay, I'm starting to see a lot of narratives crumble and collapse. Who am I? Where do I fit? What I believe doesn't make sense. And then I became like a lefty kind of libertarian, and then a minarchist, and then an ANCAP, and then adopted objectivism, right? If I had done all of that in the span of 2 months, you should not fucking trust me. Holy shit. To move from one end of the political spectrum to the other end of the political spectrum, seemingly overnight, should always be looked at with extreme suspicion. But the idea that because you held a contradictory or other philosophy at one point in time means that you're a grifter or something is equally not only just false, but incredibly damaging, because I think I'm not the smartest guy, right? I'm smarter than most, but like I'm not a fucking, well, I guess technically I'm a genius, but like I barely made it, the IQ test they forced upon me in school, right? I'm like right over the line, right? But nevertheless, right? Like I'm not, like nobody just fucking has this fucking manga, I cultivated my heaven and earth fucking energies and then I just became enlightened when I got out of the cave. Like that doesn't fucking happen. Like life happens and things occur slowly. But I also think I have a bit of a superpower in that I didn't have to read Marx as an ANCAP, right? Like I got to read Marx as a Marxist. And so I understand the mentality in the state of like thinking that they're in a way that I think most ANCAPs never could. Or maybe not never could. That's probably too much. But like, so I think we should be inviting to people who change, deeply inviting, because I think they have a perspective that's really necessary for our movement to work. But yeah, you've got to fucking be careful about, you've got to make sure it's genuine.
Absolutely.
But yeah, any questions or anything other than that? And then I'll because I feel like the main topics I had have kind of run through. I don't want to just sit here and riffraff it all day and get annoying.
Yeah,
I already talk too much,
I think we've basically covered it all. But yeah, no, thank you very much for having me on. It was a good conversation.
Well, thank you for having me on, and I can't wait for the sun to go down. I'm not used to streaming when the sun is still up. You know what I mean? Well, I appreciate you. If you're in my chat, you already know who Liquid Zulu is, so I don't need to tell you who Liquid Zulu is. But if you're in Liquid Zulu's chat and you're like an American and you're like, nobody's streaming at 10 o'clock at night, maybe come hang out. I do debates, I do reactions and things like that. I'm more of a streamer than anything else. So yeah. Oh, yeah. Fabian Liberty is the channel.
There you go. They should be able to see it on your thingy. Anyway.
Yeah. All right. Well, nice talking to you, man. Get some sleep.
Absolutely. I'll see you next time.
Peace.
See ya.
All right. 1 second. Fabian hurts his own head? What do you mean by that? What does that mean? What do you mean? Listen, I just wanted to bring a Brit marker on so I could talk shit about Britain. I've got too many tabs open now. Oh God, I Googled Nala Ray because I couldn't remember her last name. And now I'm going to have fucking like e-girl shit pop up in my algorithm, aren't I? See my previous statement, weirdo. Fabian has a lot on his mind. The sun is leaking. Dude, by the way, Peacecraft suggested a book series to me. Red Rising is the first book. And it's really fucking good. I don't know if you're listening, lurking, Peacecraft, because sometimes you're just lurking, you're never in chat. Or maybe you have a different fucking account that you like hop in to talk shit or something. But I feel like I'd pick up on you. I don't feel like you're, I don't feel like you could hide amongst the chatters, mostly because you have a unique way of being a dick. But Red Rising has been really fucking good. It is one of the few like science fiction political books I've read so far that does a good job of steel manning political ideologies, etc. So you should definitely check it out. I'm only 2 books out of the 5 in, but I would say it's pretty good. Talk about the juice and Peacecraft. No, Slope is Ope is the one that pops up when you start talking about the juice. Who's Bricks Aligned? What did I miss? And thanks. It was a fun stream. I had a good time. I enjoyed talks with Liquid Zulu. Even when we're fucking disagreeing and debating. Who's calling me? That's my mother. Why did my mother calling me cause my music to stop? It was weird timing. Why did the existentialists quit the circus? Because they couldn't find any meaning in juggling. So stupid. Swirly. Did someone say Jews? No, that's true. Slope will come by immediately when we're done talking about the Jewish question or Jews in general and politics, etc. You're not wrong. Hey, you're still streaming? Yeah, I mean, I literally just ended the talk with Zulu. I'm just like having a little bit of a chit chat before we get out of here. I'm going to be back tomorrow with Michael Leibowitz at probably around like noon. Just so I have time to come in and chit chat with you guys for a little bit. As always, join the Discord. That's where the go live notifications always work, as opposed to YouTube only sometimes sends them out. And if you want to like chit chat with us or give me things you want me to react to on stream, etc., that's a place to do it. Make stream clips. You know, if you find something particularly interesting, you can just cut the little scissors button on YouTube and then post it in the stream clips section of the Discord. And then if I like it, I'll turn it into a YouTube short. That helps the channel. Even if you can't give me any money or anything, you know, a little bit of your time makes it easy for me to make some YouTube shorts. Yeah, appreciate it. So you said it is nylon. It's not nylon. I thought it was just like a way to say nylon without saying it. Is there a meaning to that, or is it just a fucking random collection of letters? I miss Slope. Zero your sights first. That's fucking wild. Let's not do that. All right. We were just talking to a British person. You never know when a constable might hop on a plane and come for me. All right, boys. You gotta be careful. Yo, 16 months. Thanks for spreading the Brit hatred. I appreciate it, dude. Dude, that's a long time. I didn't even know I had memberships active on YouTube for that long. Like, you've had to have been devoted since like day one. I appreciate it. Got that fucking gold coin. Do I have a coin after gold? I think I have like a coin after gold. I don't know if it's a Bitcoin or if it's like one of the smaller or less popular. I think I might have like Dogecoin or something at like 2 years, or it might be 18 months. I know it was 18 months on Twitch, but on YouTube it's different. Show it and we'll tell you. I missed something. MI6 is already on the way. Do not resist. Fucking, I don't know, man. I put seasoning in my food. That'll scare them away. They'll smell it and be like, "Ah, what is this tear gas in this apartment?" Right? They'll be stunned by the smell of spice. And that's when I get them. They better come with gas masks if they're coming for me. You're pretty sure your sub on Twitch is still active? Maybe. I haven't had a Twitch payout in a long time, so if it is, there's not many people that it is for. I know you've been here since the beginning, Shadow Warden. I just mean, like, I didn't realize, like, obviously you must have been a YouTube member since the day I launched YouTube members. Brits had such good food and women that their men were the best sailors. Nah, I won't take this slander of the rest of the world's food in this lie that the British ever had good food. British food has always sucked. Yeah, sure, the elites had some like cool shit. You know, but this like comfort food, beans on toast. Get the fuck out of here. It's not even flavored beans. It's not even cooked. They microwave fucking Heinz fucking watery beans and then just pour it on fucking like cheap fucked up bread. Not even good bread. Not even like a sourdough that they made themselves. Yeah, no, I got the joke. I was just leaning into it. It's all right. You don't understand my sarcasm yet. I haven't seen you around that much. British delicacies are Great Depression survival food. No, like, I mean, like, I've had like some stuff, like they have like I had like a currant jelly, like lamb and stuff like that. Like they have some good dishes, but overwhelming. And like the beef Wellington, is that British? Or is that where did beef Wellington come from? Where did that originate from? Because it's definitely a thing a lot of rich people eat. Yeah, England. Yeah. Beef Wellington's pretty fucking dope. I mean, like, they've got some good shit, but overwhelmingly, British food sucks. You can't, I mean, like no nation is going to have all of their food be bad. Some of it's probably going to be good, but a lot of it is trash. I mean, here's the thing. Good food comes from oppression. I know it's an Andrew Schultz bit, but I mean it. I don't mean it like women getting beat or anything like that. I mean it like you have to get fucking creative when you're lacking in resources, right? And so like that's why there's so much good food from fucked up countries, and it's so spicy because like you have to cover up for the fact that you have like old fucked up meat, and it's like the cut of meat that the slave master let you have, right? Like when you have a lot of limitations, you get creative in the kitchen. And like the British Empire was so strong for so long that they just didn't fucking have enough limitations to make good food. So their palates sucked, right? Like this just is what it is. Because you don't need to do anything to make a steak good. Like a fucking filet mignon, you know what you do? You cook it. You let it rest with some like salt and pepper and some butter. If you want to get real fancy, you put some fucking like rosemary or thyme or something like that in the pan when you're fucking, was it braise? That's not braise. When you're fucking, I forget the action when you're like taking the butter in the pan and leaning it and like putting it back on so it doesn't dry out as you like cook it to medium rare or to the god awful medium. They fought literal wars over spices and they don't even use them. What the fuck? Did they really fight wars over spices? Or was it just trade and power and spices were like one of the factors? I feel like that's one of those things we learned in social studies as like a kid growing up that's like kind of true, but it's really not the whole story. It's like, it's not like they were really fucking fighting for spice. Am I aware of the Chinese virgin boy eggs? I don't fucking want to know what that is. I feel like I'm going to stay blissfully ignorant and just not. Beef Wellington was likely taken and renamed by the Brits to mess with France. You heard it here, folks. Mark is in chat. Mark is a chef. All right. He knows French cooking when he sees it, and he's made Beef Wellington, and he's like, this isn't fucking British. You stole this shit and renamed it, didn't you? There's no way this was British. Yeah, the French had to have created this. The Chinese have a dish that is literally rocks with flavored oil on them. They, of course, don't eat the rocks. They suck on them and spit them out. Is it sewer oil, too? Like, is it not even good oil? I pissed off a black family at the cookout when I asked them why they didn't season the hot dogs. That's fucking valid, though. Oh, gross. Filet de boeuf en croûte is a French dish that predates the Wellington. No. Hold on. This isn't even a... Hold on. Fucking somebody went to Grok. I don't believe you pulled this out of your chef knowledge. Damn. That's the fucking Beef Wellington just without the lattice. Like, that's... And with, oh man, oh no, they did steal it from the French. I mean, like, obviously the mushrooms are like solid here in the recipes that I'm seeing, as opposed to like diced up with like, you know, with certain herbs and spices to like make kind of like a paste around it. And I'm not seeing the prosciutto or whatever the fuck goes around it in some of these either. But like, yeah, the Beef Wellington does look like just an upgraded version of this. Like, they really did just kind of add a couple of shit to a fucking French dish. You're not wrong. All British culture is just French culture, but they have daddy issues. All right, guys. Thank you guys so much for the stream today. I had a fun time. I'm going to get out of here. I got to cook dinner because I didn't eat before stream because the stream was so early. So I got to get some dinner going. And I'll see you guys around noon tomorrow. Also, my mom called me. I probably got to call her back at some point. So let me get out of here. Let me do that. Join the Discord. Follow me on Zitter, Twitter. And hopefully I'll see you guys tomorrow. Peace. Peace.